It's finally that time of year again. You activate airplane mode on your phone and vacation mode in your brain. But hold on a sec, there are some things you need to be aware of to avoid having your dream journey turn into a nightmare. If you're going to Barcelona or some other tourist hotspot in Europe, you'll see some cool-looking mimes around major sites. They won't say a word and will jump straight into your shot. You might get excited to post a picture with a street performer on your Insta, but this picture will come at a cost, literally. The second it's taken, the mime will go from friendly to pretty aggressive, as they'll want your money for the photo. The best you can do to avoid it is not let them be in your photo in the first place. Change your location, give them a cold look, or loudly say no. Now, what would you do if you saw a cool-looking guy selling coconuts in the street? Probably take their photo, or maybe let them approach you and be in that selfie with you. And of course, if they offer you to try their coconut, you won't say no. Well, that delicious snack will come at a really inflated price. If you don't want to pay for their treat, the coconut master will follow you and demand money from you in an aggressive manner. Getting into a conflict in a foreign country is unlikely on your to-do list, so you'll just hand them money, right? Now that you know about this scheme that works around the globe, just avoid any interaction with the coconut people and don't let your youngsters accept their gifts either. Now imagine someone approaches you in a square full of tourists in Italy and asks what time it is. You naturally put your hand out to check the clock, and you're immediately rewarded with a wristband. It's supposed to be a gift for your kindness. But just wait, 10 seconds later, the giver shows you a sweet photo of their son and asks for money to support the youngster. When you say a polite no, they get pretty pushy. So, you don't want to help my son? Normally, you can just give them the gift back and walk away, but many people won't have the heart to do it. So, be aware of this wristband scam and decide for yourself if you're willing to invest in this accessory or not. Our next stop is in Thailand. You get a bit lost looking for one cool museum. A friendly local approaches you and informs you the museum is closed, but they'll be happy to take you to another one. Once you get there, it turns out it's actually a store they partner with to bring tourists like you. And if it's a gem store, they might offer you some unique luxury gems that you can resell at a really good price back home. You'll be unhappy to find out that these gems are worthless because they're made of plastic. So the best you can do is checking out the working times of the sites you want to visit and see for yourself if they're actually open or not. Bring a proper bag on your voyage. Special anti-theft models will help you protect your valuables. Many of them are made with slash-resistant fabrics or straps and lockable zippers. The bad guys often grab a bag or backpack or cut the strap and run away with it. Anti-theft backpacks will have a cable hidden inside the shoulder strap. It's not so easy to cut steel on the go. Those secure bags also have secret compartments for items you cherish the most, with an extra layer of protection. It's not easy even to find this compartment well hidden inside. Unlocking it is a next-level task. Don't feel like carrying an anti-theft bag because it doesn't go with your style? You can opt for an RFID blocking wallet. It won't have the same functionality, but it won't let pickpockets steal your personal data from your credit card or password. And in case you're wondering what RFID is about, it's the reason you can make contactless transactions. A microchip inside your card has information such as your card number. An antenna inside the card sends data to the sales terminal. If the bad guys get close enough to you, say in a crowd of tourists, they can scan your card with their gadgets and get your card number. And that's where that wallet with a layer of carbon fiber or aluminum comes in handy. It'll block the electromagnetic signal from your card. Your phone and other valuables aren't safe in your pockets, period. Even when you're listening to music and you're sure no one will grab your phone because you'll notice it immediately, they will still do it. The same can happen in a crowded touristy area when you're holding your phone in front of you, taking selfies, or filming the sights. It's super easy for bad guys to snatch it and get lost in the crowd. The same can happen when you're driving in a taxi with windows down and filming. The car is stuck in a traffic jam or at the crossroads. Someone on a bike drives past you or even walks by, and bam! Your phone is gone with them. You sure can relax at one of those restaurants with an outdoor terrace, right? Yeah, but never leave your phone or tablet on the table when you aren't using it. It's like a dream for any pickpocket. They can easily approach the table, grab your gadget, and run away. If you aren't planning to overpay for a taxi ride, always choose authorized cabs and ask the driver to turn on the meter. If they tell you it's broken, it's up to you to still take the ride or not. If you don't want to pay extra for going the longest possible route, preload a map of the city you're visiting and ask your phone to build the fastest route. The driver won't love it, but you can tell them you see they're making all these detours on purpose. Sometimes a kind-hearted taxi driver will inform you that your hotel is overbooked or closed altogether. They'll offer you a different accommodation option. It'll be more expensive, and the driver will get their commission from the hotel. It's time for a relaxing swim. But wait, what should you do about your phone, wallet, and other pricey personal items? You could do some research and find a beach where you can rent a locker. Another option is buying a waterproof smartphone pouch that you can swim with. It can also fit some other small but expensive items of yours. Just make sure to wrap it tightly around your wrist. If you're feeling more adventurous, you can hide your treasures in clean and dry food packaging. Cans, bottles, crisp packets, there's no limit to your creativity. For the most extreme solution, put your stuff in a bag and then hide it under a few layers of sand and top it with your beach towel. You finally make it to your hotel room, and before you jump on that huge bed with a crispy white blanket, make sure you have a secret place to store your valuables when you leave the room. You can buy a ready-made secret stash hairbrush. It can hold some rolled banknotes, your jewels, or maybe a flash drive with some important data. The bonus part is that it also brushes your hair. Well, how handy. Another solution is to bring duct tape with you. You might get some surprised looks at the X-ray at the airport, but trust me, it's worth it. You can put your bills and jewelry in an envelope and duct tape it to the underside of your mattress in the middle. I mean, who will voluntarily lift your mattress and hold it for so long to reach the middle, right? Another barely visible place for your treasures is the shower curtain. I know it sounds absurd to you, but guess what? It appears absurd to intruders too. So put your stuff in an envelope, duct tape it to the inside bottom of the curtain, and don't forget to remove it before you shower. Happy trails! Hey, I hate to break it to you, but if you got pickpocketed, the chances are you probably let them steal your hard-earned money. Well, enough with brutal honesty. Now on to the ultimate tips to prevent it from happening. Scammers can be quite clever, and they may use tactics that will lead you to willingly part with your money. Before heading out, I strongly suggest researching common scam techniques. For instance, in Paris, there's a prevalent scam involving people who offer to help tourists in buying metro tickets. Here's how the fraud typically unfolds. After a long flight, you take a train to central Paris and arrive at the metro station ready to buy tickets. As you approach the ticket machine, someone in regular clothing may approach you, claiming to be able to help. However, these people are not friendly locals, but scammers. Instead of purchasing the carnet, a book of 10 metro tickets as promised, they might only buy a child's single fare and keep the extra money for themselves. The best way to protect yourself from this swindle is to politely refuse any offers of assistance. Always buy your metro tickets directly from legitimate machines, which have multiple language options including English, or through an official kiosk or ticket counter. Now, let's imagine your belongings have been stolen. It's the worst-case scenario, but it can happen at any moment, even when you're in a public restroom and there isn't enough space for your luggage in the cubicle. The big question is, what are the two things you absolutely cannot travel without? That's right, your passport and your wallet. So make sure these essentials are always with you, no matter the situation. There are special bags designed for running that are made from thinner fabric, but if you want to avoid spending money on one, I completely understand. You can simply wear clothing that has enough internal pockets to keep these items secure, because external pockets can be risky. Alternatively, you can opt for a pouch that you can keep in front of you. Also, this small hook can profoundly change your life. It connects zippers in such a way that makes them difficult to open, not just for potential thieves, but for you as well. You can find one online and place an order, but alternatively, you can use anything similar. The key idea is to keep the two zippers together. Even a simple keychain will suffice. There's a vast range of travel-related goods available on internet platforms, but trust me, you can create most of them yourself. Take these socks with pockets, for example. They look cool, but you don't need a zipper on your sock to hide something. You can simply wear two socks, one shorter and the other taller. Hide your valuables in between them, then roll the taller sock down to seal the gap, preventing your belongings from falling out. The next tip is to research your destination beforehand. Not only should you consider safety concerns, but it's also important to familiarize yourself with local laws. Additionally, be sure to check health advisories. You may need vaccinations before traveling to certain exotic locations. Now, be careful not to get tricked by those "pack your luggage with me" bloggers. It could lead to serious trouble. The TSA is no joke. They must remain vigilant and thorough with anything that appears suspicious. After all, it's our safety. If you follow the questionable advice you find online, such as wrap your valuables in a diaper to protect them, you may end up with your belongings held for investigation and inspection, and you could face questioning by others. Never check anything you're not prepared to say goodbye to. For every 1,000 bags, 7 get lost. While some bags do get returned, you never know when that might happen. I once had my bag lost returning from a European trip, and it wasn't found until a month later. Needless to say, all the precious cheese I bought in Italy was no longer safe to consume. You may have seen a bazillion videos on how to turn your hotel room into a fortress. There are portable locks, underdoor safety systems, special hooks, and I'm sure I forgot something. I know safety comes first, but sometimes, when you travel with carry-on only, there just isn't enough room to pack all those extra items. However, you can utilize something your hotel provides – a towel. By tightly rolling a towel and placing it under the door, you can create a barrier. While it's not perfect protection, it can make any under-the-door intrusion much harder should it occur. Whenever you travel, always make sure to keep a crayon in your wallet. They're always ready to write, and they don't need sharpening and won't run out of ink. Unlike pencils, which can break and become unstable, or pens that might burst in changing air pressure, crayons remain reliable. Keeping a crayon in your wallet has two main benefits. First, it's accessible whenever you have your wallet, providing a handy writing tool at all times. Second, its sturdy design helps protect your cards from bending or breaking. Ensure they remain intact while you travel. Plus, a crayon is the ideal size for most wallets, unlike longer pencils or pens. Now, when traveling, we often rely on our smartphones for various needs. It's wise to consider bringing 2 phones instead of just one, particularly if you're heading abroad. This isn't just for communication, it's a precaution against theft. In the unfortunate event of a mugging, having 2 wallets and 2 phones can be a lifesaver, as thieves typically won't expect it. Also, keep your real wallet in your front pocket and a decoy wallet in your back pocket. Similarly, carry 2 phones, placing your primary one in the front pocket and the second one in the back pocket. This way, when confronted and asked for a phone and wallet, you can hand over the decoy instead of your valuable belongings. Attracting the attention of a thief is not just about wearing flashy accessories. As surprising as it may sound, simply looking good and attractive can draw unwanted attention, especially for women. Thieves may have a skewed perception that an attractive person wearing nice clothes equals money. To minimize the risk, it's wise not to overdress while traveling. There's an added benefit to this approach. By only bringing the simple items you wouldn't mind saying goodbye to, you can create extra space in your luggage for souvenirs and local produce. You can even leave behind old clothes in a recycling bin at your destination, freeing up room for new treasures without incurring hefty airport fees on your way home. Believe it or not, duct tape is one clever trick that can help you deter thieves. Even if you have a perfectly nice phone, laptop case, or backpack, Making them look a bit shabby can be beneficial when traveling to dangerous destinations. Thieves typically target brand new or high-condition items that are easy to resell, and they're less interested in items that seem like they require more effort to sell. By the way, it's not just duct tape. Anything that makes your belongings look older or less appealing will work. Use dirty and worn phone cases or unattractive bags to conceal your valuables. Remember, you're on vacation, not at a fashion week. Hey, I've got a quick question for you. Do you know which spot is the most dangerous for pickpocketing? It's the Trevi Fountain, where many thefts occur. It's no surprise, it's always crowded, making it easy for pickpockets to operate. While this fountain is located in Rome, the Italian capital isn't as notorious as Barcelona, which is said to be the hottest pickpocket city on the globe. So, wherever you stop for a coffee in a nice bar in Barcelona, or actually anywhere in the world, your bags may become an enticing target for thieves. It's important to take precautions to keep your belongings secure until you're ready to leave. One effective strategy is to attach your bag to a sturdy object nearby. For instance, you might loop a strap around a chair leg, keep the bag on your lap, or place it between you and a friend. If a thief attempts to snatch your bag, these methods will make it more difficult for them, often leading them to abandon their attempt or get caught in the act. So hey, be careful and have a good time.
Colorful ribbons may help identify your luggage on the carousel, but they can also hinder the scanning process, leading to potential misrouting. Those ribbons can obstruct identification tags, causing bags to be manually processed and possibly missed on flights, just like those old destination stickers you forgot to remove. For most people, packing is a straightforward routine. They pull out their hard-shell suitcase, toss it onto the bed, and fill it with clothes. Upon arriving at their hotel or Airbnb, they plop their luggage down on the bed and dig out what they need, often leaving the rest scattered on the floor. Even with luggage racks available in many hotels, a significant number of guests still prefer to use the bed. If you think I'm about to tell you a lame story about germs, I won't. Though, placing a suitcase that's rolled over the grimy airport floors on the bed isn't exactly the best option. It's essential to use the luggage rack in hotel rooms to keep your suitcase off the bed because bed bugs have become a growing concern. Avoiding contact with surfaces can help reduce the risk of pests. So if there's no rack available, consider storing your luggage inside a garbage bag for extra protection. It's a good idea to toss one in your suitcase just in case. Do you know those points at the airport where they offer you to wrap your luggage with plastic film to protect it? Well, it screams scam. First, they do that for $10, while a whole roll of that film costs how much? Like $1? Second, let's just think for a sec. Be honest, what can this film protect you from? Dust at best. Honestly, it's more money-wise to buy an actual textile cover that's reusable. Both your wallet and marine animals will be grateful for that. Next on, padlocks. The big question is, do we really need them on our luggage? Of course, but only as long as you want to attract unwanted attention from robbers. Remember that a padlock is not a deterrent at all. In fact, some may interpret it as an indication that the contents are worth inspecting and stealing. Also, it's really easy to open those padlocks without a key. Look at the zipper. It can be easily manipulated with a simple pen, allowing you to pull the locked zipper tabs around the suitcase to reseal it. You see? Those textile covers aren't that bad. It may sound strange, but sometimes flights with more segments are cheaper than non-stop ones. Let's say John Smith wants to fly from New York to Charleston, South Carolina, but a direct flight is expensive. Instead, he books a cheaper flight with a layover in Charleston, but ultimately heading to Denver. John plans to sneak out in Charleston and ditch the rest of the ticket. But is he really being clever? Not really. This practice is called skip-lagging. It involves purchasing a flight with a layover in your desired destination and exiting at that stop, rather than continuing to the final destination. Although not new, skip-lagging gained traction during the fare hikes of late 2021. Websites like skiplags.com help travelers find these hidden deals. Recently, American Airlines sued Skiplagged, alleging it misled customers about ticket validity. Despite this and other lawsuits, Skiplagged remains operational, often defeating larger companies in court. Airlines oppose skiplagging because it results in lost revenue and operational headaches, such as empty seats and gate confusion. If caught, passengers risk having their tickets canceled, being banned from the airline, or forfeiting returned flights, especially if they have checked luggage. My advice? Avoid skiplagging. While you might get away with it once, it's not worth the trouble in the long run. Don't overlook Airbnbs without reviews. If you find a listing with no reviews, take a moment to check the host profile. They might be an experienced host with a wealth of positive reviews from other properties. In that case, it's just the listing that's new, not the host, which usually means you'll have a great experience. Plus, new listings often come at a lower price, giving you a chance to snag a good deal. But what you should discount for sure is Airbnbs that lack reviews for both the listing and the host. When is the best day to book airfare? While it was once thought that weekends had higher fares and Tuesdays were ideal for purchasing tickets, this belief is up for reevaluation. Airline prices have surged by 29% this year compared to 2021. USA Today consulted Expedia, Hopper, and Google Flights about the best booking days. Their data shows that the day of the week has little impact on airfare savings, with Hopper indicating that flights booked on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays are only 1.9% cheaper than those booked on weekends. In fact, Tuesday turned out to be the cheapest day just 1% of the time in Hopper's tests. Interestingly, Expedia suggested booking on weekends, particularly Sundays, where travelers can save an average of 13% compared to Fridays, which are the priciest. To maximize savings, experts recommend monitoring prices on platforms like Hopper or Capital One Travel. For domestic flights, the sweet spot is 1 to 3 months in advance. For international trips, book 4 to 5 months out. Expedia notes that booking 28 days ahead can save you 24% over last-minute purchases. More importantly, your departure day greatly affects prices. Hopper found that flying midweek can save you an average of 18% for domestic flights, with even bigger savings for international trips, up to $435 on flights to Europe when traveling on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. Google Flights also confirms that flying on Mondays, Tuesdays, or Wednesdays is generally 12% cheaper than flying on weekends. To board or not to board? That is the question. Many people hurry to the gate as soon as it opens, while others finish their iced lattes with no rush and look down upon those who want to board first. So, who's right? Those chill, cool kids sipping their drinks in the cafe and taking their time, or the impatient ones? Sure, you'll all arrive at the same time, but if you've got cabin luggage to place in the overhead bin, you gotta act fast. It runs out of free space in no time. The formula is simple. If you have a suitcase to put somewhere, go first. And yeah, you'll have to line up for quite a bit, I guess. But if you have a small bag or a backpack that you can place underneath the seat in front of you, finish that coffee and take your time. Almost forgot. While you do have an assigned seat on your boarding pass, I should warn you against boarding last. Not only will latecomers stow their bags far from their seats or even gate check them, complicating luggage retrieval, but they also risk losing pre-booked seats as airlines may reassign them, often to accommodate families. A former flight attendant released a viral video on TikTok where she warns against drinking certain items on planes, giving surprising and potentially unsettling advice. The universal rule: never consume liquids that aren't in a can or bottle, since the onboard water tanks are rarely cleaned and can be contaminated. Cabin crew typically avoid coffee and tea for the same reason, as they also rely on those unclean water sources, often located near lavatories. This caution isn't new. Flight attendants have previously warned passengers to skip coffee and tea due to concerning findings from a 2004 EPA study, which identified coliform bacteria and E. coli in plain water. Yikes! You better think of your safety not only when you go on the trip, but when you return home too. For example, some souvenirs can cause you a lot of trouble. Take conches, for instance. Their interiors shining with a pink hue reminiscent of nail polish. Yeah, you may sneak it, but in many areas of the world, it's strictly prohibited to take anything that belongs to the beach with you. Sometimes, not only conches, but pebbles too. If there's something that you shouldn't really pack in your checked luggage, it's marzipan. Not only can it harm your waistline, but it can also trigger alarms because of its density that looks sus to airport security. So if you bring some marzipan from your trip to Germany, make sure to pack it in your carry-on.
Now, flying has long become routine for many people, but even frequent flyers sometimes don't know about things you should never do on a plane. Ooh. No bare feet on a plane. It's one of the biggest no-nos of air travel. Even if we omit the topic of unpleasant odors. The airplane floor is extremely filthy. People with contagious foot problems might have been walking the aisles barefoot before you. There's likely to be a lot of dirt left after previous passengers. And don't even get me started on the floor in the lavatories. Ew. If your feet need some freedom, take off your shoes, but at least wear your socks, or bring along a pair of light slippers. Keep in mind that the pressurized air in the passenger cabin is just as dry as it is in the Sahara Desert, with only about 20% humidity. That's why your skin may feel discomfort after a flight. But wouldn't it make more sense to install several humidifiers that could add some moisture? But this extra load would cost airlines lots of money. Plus, the plane's airframe is mostly made of aluminum and other metals, and humid air could lead to corrosion. So, don't forget to bring a moisturizer and use it during the flight. Always secure your tray table as soon as the plane starts moving on the tarmac, and never lower it during the takeoff and landing. It's a security measure, which ensures that you and the other passengers will have a clear pathway in case of an emergency evacuation. Also, keep your seat in an upright position during takeoff and landing. First of all, a reclined seat can seriously slow down an emergency evacuation, since it will block a person sitting behind. What's more, the more backward you're leaning, the harder it is to get into the brace position during an emergency landing. Now try to avoid snoozing during or right after takeoff and landing. For one thing, it's not the best thing for your health. The main problem is that the air pressure inside the cabin changes very quickly during these phases of the flight. This, in turn, affects the air pressure in your ears. It's important to be alert during this time to relax and open up your ears, for example by yawning or swallowing frequency. Chewing gum works for me. If you're sleeping, you can't do this, which can lead to permanent damage. And of course, there's a safety issue. Most accidents happen during takeoff and landing. If you're sleeping during these stages, you might not be alert and conscious enough if an emergency happens. Now, this next recommendation comes from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. According to them, you might want to skip on hot drinks on a plane. The water used to make tea or coffee doesn't come from bottles, it's regular tap water. And water tanks on airplanes are often old and full of bacteria. In 2004, there was a study which found that more than 12% of water samples contained harmful bacteria. But if you still decide to have a cup of hot beverage on a plane, never pour coffee or tea on your own. Flight attendants are trained to handle this task in crowded aisles of a moving airplane and won't accidentally burn you or other passengers. Now, it's probably better if you don't order Coke on a plane. The cabin pressure so low up in the air causes a lot of foam. For apparent reasons, flight attendants don't want to serve you a cup filled with froth. That's why they'll fill only half the cup, then wait for the bubbles to settle, and then finish pouring. That can take ages. Keep your air vent open. This way you'll minimize the spread of germs. Planes have high-quality air filters. They'll catch up to 99% of all airborne germs, so you should be safe there. But make sure to wipe that tray table. With 8 times more bacteria than the toilet flush button, it's the dirtiest place on board. Another thing you should avoid is leaning your head on the window if you have a window seat. You never know who occupied your seat before you, and, in any case, the glass is likely to be covered with germs. Say no to backless sandals and high heels on a flight. I do. There are very serious safety reasons for such a request. The first is that both these types of footwear make it very difficult to evacuate the aircraft fast. If you wear high heels, you will anyway have to leave them behind in case the crew is using emergency slides during an evacuation. The heels are very likely to damage the slide, so off they go. Now ask yourself, do you really fancy running away from the airplane barefoot? I'll answer that for you. Nope. Instead, wear sturdy shoes with a solid sole. In this case, you won't find yourself standing on the hot tarmac or in the weeds without any footwear at all. Don't stuff heavy objects into overhead compartments. Your things may not stay inside during severe turbulence, and while falling out, they will injure you and other passengers. Ow! That's why if it feels difficult to lift something into the overhead compartment, better put it under the seat in front of you or elsewhere. Now don't blame the pilots for the hard landing. When you experience it in bad weather, it might be intentional. If the runway is covered with water or snow, the plane has to touch down hard in order to break the water layer and prevent aquaplaning. Otherwise, the water can perform the role of a lubricant, and the plane won't be able to brake or respond to any control. Deploying an emergency slide when there's no emergency is a very bad idea. It can cause hour-long delays and cost airlines thousands of dollars to pack the undamaged slide back into its container. Why would someone do it? Apparently, some think it'll help them get off the plane faster. Well, they're an idiot. Don't be one yourself. Just keep in mind that it doesn't work this way. Don't ignore the instructions of the cabin crew to open window shades during takeoff and landing. This way, flight attendants can see what's happening outside, assess the situation, and act fast, organizing the evacuation. For example, if there's a fire outside one exit, they will redirect passengers toward another door. Avoid carrying spray deodorants or shaving cream in your carry-on baggage. Both these things tend to explode mid-flight and therefore aren't allowed on board the airplane. A much better idea is to choose stick deodorants. You also mustn't keep power banks in your checked luggage, and if you want to bring one on board, its capacity shouldn't be more than 20,000 milliamps. Besides, you shouldn't use them during the flight since they might catch fire. In general, lithium batteries are safe to use, but since they're high energy, they can catch fire if they're not treated with care, misused, or if there's a manufacturing fault. Such batteries have been the cause of quite a few fires on board airplanes, as well as during ground handling. Do not worry about airport scanners, they won't harm your health. Otherwise, airport employees wouldn't be able to stay near them without special clothing. Even when you're passing by a baggage scanner, the risk is minimal. And the last one, don't act like a jerk on board. Behave yourself. I know you will. Also, never try to land a plane on your own. Nah, don't laugh, I'm not kidding. In movies, they often show us that something happens to the pilots and they can't land the plane. And that's when the main character, a very skillful person, starts their game. Unfortunately, it's close to impossible to do it in real life, even if a person is a genius, is fond of computer simulators that match the real model of an aircraft 100%, and is ready to follow all the instructions from the ground, they're likely to fail due to one simple aspect: stress. It is true that there have been cases throughout history when amateurs landed smallish private planes after the incapacitation of a pilot. However, there has never been a case of a non-professional pilot landing a commercial passenger airplane. It's only in the movies.
You check into your hotel room, connect to Wi-Fi, jump on the bed, and post 15 photos of your new window view. When the initial surge of excitement is gone, you notice a suspicious blinking light on your big TV. Could it be that someone is watching you? Or have you just seen too many spy movies? Well, hidden cameras come in all shapes and sizes. Large ones are easy to spot, but the small ones can be really sneaky and inconspicuous. They can be hiding behind furniture, in decorations or vents, and anywhere else you'll have trouble noticing. There are even special cameras that can be hidden in everyday movable objects like alarm clocks, picture frames, vases, and lamps. Check to see if these objects are facing at a strange angle or if they're positioned to get the best view of your room or bathroom. The easiest way to spot a hidden cam is to look for the lens reflection because all cameras come with lenses. Turn off the lights and slowly scan the room with a flashlight, laser pointer, or a special wireless spy cam detector. It comes with infrared scanning lights and one illuminating light. When you find a reflective red spot, you gotta turn on the flashlight to help check if there is a hidden camera. Definitely check the vents along with any other holes and gaps in the walls or ceiling. Some advanced detectors even show you what the camera is seeing, making it way easier to spot and disable. The detectors only work on cameras that are turned on and working normally though. Your mobile phone can also help you find some hidden threats. Turn on Bluetooth and walk around. See if any unknown devices pop up on the screen. Another idea is to install a network scanner app that shows all devices that are connected to the Wi-Fi network you're using at the hotel. When it's done scanning, study the list for devices called something like IP camera or cam. Plus, you can put your phone on selfie mode, turn off the light and close the curtains, and look around the room slowly while focusing on the screen. Keep an eye out for purple or white lights on the screen. You can play detective some more and call your friend or family member and start walking around your room. Secret cameras should emit a sort of radio frequency. It will most likely interfere with your phone call signal. If you start hearing any weird noises while you're on the phone in a certain area of your room, make sure to inspect it carefully. Check out the light switches, electrical outlets, lamps, and other objects you normally wouldn't pay attention to. If they look a bit crooked, have a hole, or seem misplaced, it could be a sign that someone tampered with them. Many spy devices need wires, and whoever installed them had to hide those wires, often behind the vinyl baseboard. That's why the place where the floor and the wall meet is another area you should check. Ridges, bumps, or discoloration could be a sign there's a microphone hiding there. The same goes for spots on ceilings and walls, even if they're not larger than a coin. If you do find a hidden camera or something looking suspicious, don't shy away and let the hotel administration or your booking service know about it. Don't try to touch or move the device yourself. If the hotel denies everything, contact local law enforcement. After you've scanned the room for cameras, check out the mirrors. Someone could be watching you from the other side. First, see if the mirror is built into the wall or can be adjusted. If the mirror is semi-transparent, it will be built into the wall. You can do a simple test to check the mirror. Press your fingertip against the glass and push firmly enough to leave a fingerprint as you move your finger away. Study the fingerprint. If there's a small gap between the print and the mirror where the glass should be, then it's just a mirror. On a semi-transparent mirror, there will be no gap. Another way to check if your mirror is semi-transparent is simply to tap the glass. If someone is watching you from the other side, the mirror will make an empty sound. A double mirror needs a brighter light on the other side than on yours. Get close to it and cup your hands around your eyes. Do you see some light behind the mirror? If so, you might have an unwanted audience. Before you leave your room or go to bed, make sure every door is securely locked. By every door, I mean not only the entrance to the room, but also the door leading to the terrace, if you have one. You can bring a portable door lock with you for extra security if you're staying in. You could also start a little DIY project and wrap a belt or a bag strap around the arm that pushes the door shut. Buckle it up and wrap it around several times for an extra layer of protection. Another idea for when you're about to nap or go to sleep is to build a pyramid of stuff by the door. Glasses and mugs will do perfectly. If someone tries to get inside while you're sleeping, there'll be some serious noise. Intruders prefer to keep it low-key, so they're highly likely to give up on robbing you straight away. If you travel with some valuables and don't feel comfortable leaving them around the room, you could put them in the safe inside your room. But because those safes use passcodes instead of physical locks, someone from the hotel has to know the master code to unlock it, just in case. So, you can bring your own safe with you instead. You can find the ones looking like books on Amazon, for example. They're made of strong metal and textured paper. They come with a combination lock and have enough room to fit your passports, cash, and jewelry. In case you have to leave your laptop in the room and want to make sure no one plugs in a USB drive to steal your data, here's what you can do. Leave a bottle of water or some other item next to the USB port. Measure the distance. Let's say it's 1 thumb length away. For someone to plug in their device in the laptop, they need to move the bottle. You can take it one step further and drop a pen parallel to the laptop under a certain angle. You can measure the angle with your smartwatch or phone using the compass app. Again, if someone moves it, you'll know. Even something as simple as a "Please do not disturb" sign can help you figure out if someone entered your room while you were away. Make it look like you left in a rush and the sign accidentally stuck between the door and the door frame. If you come back and the sign is hanging freely, then someone must have ignored it and tried to disturb you. In that case, you can contact reception and ask to send someone to enter the room with you to keep you safe. If you care about the cleanliness of your room as much as you do about your belongings and your personal safety, this one's for you. Hotel housekeeping workers normally have up to 20 rooms to take care of on an 8-hour shift. It means they'll have no more than 30 minutes for your room. It gives them enough time to make the bed, clean the floors in the room and the bathroom, empty the trash bins, and dust all surfaces. But they rarely have the time to take care of smaller objects like light switches, door and drawer handles, and remotes. And yes, these are exactly the objects you'll be in contact with the most. They can actually have more germs than the toilet. So if you want to be sure those germs won't land on your hands, bring enough antibacterial wipes to clean all those things before you touch them.
If you're going on vacation, I'm sure you forgot to pack a couple of useful items, like a crayon or a pillowcase. I have collected the best travel tips for your ultimate vacation. You should carefully think about when you are planning to go somewhere. In case you have some kind of flexibility, just forget about going on a trip in July. You don't need to travel during the busy season. It's too expensive and there are way too many people. The best time to travel is during the shoulder season, which is between the high and low seasons. In Greece, for example, it's April and May. In September, October. The weather is already or still great, but there are fewer people and the accommodation is way cheaper. When searching for flights, always do it in incognito mode. If you do it in the regular mode, the saved cookie files will track your searches, and cheaper flights will be less likely to pop up since you've been searching for a while. Don't give yourself away. Always go incognito. Another trick is to pick a different home country and currency, the one with a better exchange rate. This way you can buy tickets in different currencies that will be way cheaper. Next, when buying the ticket, make a flyer account, no matter the airline you travel with. Airlines gift you miles, and when enough, you can get a free flight. Even if you travel with different airlines, there is no need to miss out on an opportunity. And yes, don't dispose of your plane ticket after the trip until you saw that your miles were posted on your flyer account. Also, if you ever need to cancel a non-refundable ticket, just don't cancel it and don't show up. In case something happens and the flight gets canceled, you will get your money back because no one knew you weren't going to fly anyways. As for picking the seats, if you fly with someone, don't pick the seats next to each other. Keep the middle seat between you, and there will be a higher probability that it won't be booked unless the plane is full. If you're lucky, you'll have 3 seats for the 2 of you. But if you end up getting a neighbor, you can just ask them to switch seats with you so that one of you can sit next to each other with whoever you're traveling with. Most people will be happy to switch. If you have a long layover, use it to your advantage. 6 hours layovers aren't cool. Too long to chill in the airport, but too short to get out. In this case, better opt for longer layovers and use them to explore the city before your next flight. If you're booking a hotel, always join their loyalty program. Just like with plane tickets, it won't hurt, but you will still be treated like a special guest. Also, when checking in, ask for an opportunity for an upgrade. You can get a better room for the same price, and always make sure to let the hotel know if there's any special occasion. Like a honeymoon, anniversary, birthday, or anything. You'll probably end up with some nice perks from the hotel staff. Even though websites for hotel search are cool to use, once you pick the hotel, just call them directly for booking. Websites take fees for posting offers, so everything that appears there will be more expensive. Call the hotel directly to book a room, and you'll get it for cheaper. But don't feel limited by hotels. Airbnbs are a great option, and often you can get luxurious places for cheap. Also, if you don't mind hostels, they can be fun too. You can meet and befriend travelers from other countries, and maybe you can even stay at their place if you ever go to their country. Now off to packing. First off, always make a packing checklist and keep it on your phone. It's hard to remember everything you need right away, so put together the list in a couple of days and add another item as soon as you remember it. This way, you don't forget anything important when packing. To fit more stuff in your suitcase, roll your clothes. This way, they take way less space. Roll all the shampoos and other things that can spill over in a shower cap. This way, even if something explodes, everything inside will still be protected. Also, use packing cubes. They help to organize everything and save a lot of space. Learn to organize your stuff efficiently. A tic-tac box can be a good storage for bobby pins, and they'll all be in place. Use a carbine to keep all hair ties together. Have you packed a pillowcase? You should. It doesn't take much space, but in case you get uncomfortable when traveling, you can just stock the pillowcase with some clothes. Voila! You got yourself a pillow. Also, put a dryer sheet inside your suitcase. This way your clothes will smell nice, even on long trips. Don't forget to make a copy of your passport and carry it in your wallet just in case. And you can also have a scanned copy of it on the cloud. Another good item to keep is a power bank. Those outlets in airports and airplanes don't always work. Also, get a crayon. It'll be handy if you need to write something down. Pens don't work well in planes because of the air pressure, and pencils break. A crayon will always be there for you. Also, a clothespin is another little thing you might want to have. You know when you arrive and want to keep your toothbrush from touching any counters? If you attach the pin to it, it can serve as a stand. Another little but useful thing is a bread clip. Those serve so many purposes. You can use it as a bookmark, attach it to the end of the tape roll, or keep in place your rolled cords in. But most importantly, they are a must for your flip-flops. The V-shaped part often comes out through it. To avoid it, just slip the bread clip underneath the bottom. It'll serve as a plug stopper, and your flip-flops will last. What to wear? Of course, comfort is the first priority. Sweatpants and leggings are way more comfortable than jeans. A comfy jacket will ensure you don't get cold. A fringed scarf is nice to have too. They're fancy and they turn into a cover. Also, make sure you're wearing compression socks. They will spare you from feeling swollen during the trip. Another important part of your outfit could be noise-canceling headphones. They will be a game changer if there happens to be a screaming little human on the plane. And an ultimate trick, mark your luggage as fragile, even if there's nothing fragile in there. This way, it'll be treated better and your luggage will come out in the first batch after the flight. Most people either sleep or surf their phones while traveling, but some travelers can even play board games. But if you need to roll a dice, here comes a problem. If you roll it not carefully enough, you might end up either losing it or crawling under the seats looking for it, which is inconvenient. Just keep the dice in a little transparent plastic container, then shake the container and see what you got. To find cool places to visit, go on social media, check out photos and videos people post from your location, and go to any place that caught your attention. Pickpockets are definitely a thing, but there is a trick. Just make your valuables less attractive to them. Do you have an expensive camera? Put some tape on it as if you fixed it, and the pickpockets will think that it's broken. Do the same with your phone and laptops and whatever else you don't want to be stolen. Have you ever ended up with a bunch of foreign coins after your trip that are totally useless? Some coins and bills are cool to keep from trips as souvenirs, but too much is too bothersome. To avoid it, just donate your leftover coins before you leave the country. A good deed and also less weight in your pockets on your way home.
Are the letters SSSS on your boarding pass a reason to worry? What's much more dangerous than turbulence? Should you really be the first to board the plane? You're about to figure it out. You might have noticed that most planes have blue seats. There's no mystery here. Airlines opt for this color because it's considered to have a calming effect. This color supposedly puts passengers at ease and helps even the most nervous flyers to relax. But there's also another, more practical reason. Stains, dirt, and scrapes are less visible on dark blue fabric. Never throw your boarding pass away in a public place. It contains tons of your sensitive information, including your name and frequent flyer number. This, in turn, may allow someone else to check your future bookings, change your seat, or even cancel your flights. So the best way to deal with the boarding pass for a flight you've already boarded is to take it home and feed it through a paper shredder. By the way, if you ever see the letters SSSS or S on your boarding pass, get ready for additional security checks. Instead of these letters, there may be a checkerboard pattern. Anyway, if you have any of these marks, your carry-on luggage can also undergo a thorough inspection. Why might they choose you for secondary screening? Some of the criteria are making a one-way reservation or paying cash for your ticket. In some cases, the selection is absolutely random. Look, your gate is open and the boarding has started. Wait, where are you running? There's no need to hurry. The trick experienced Globetrotters use is always board last. For one thing, you don't have to waste time standing in line. Then, there are fewer people on the jetway and in the aisle, and you spend less time on the plane. No one is going to take your seat anyway. There's one exception though. If you have a bulky carry-on bag, it may make more sense not to board last. Otherwise, the chances are high that all the overhead bin space will be occupied by the time you reach your seat. And then your bag may end up in another part of the plane, and you'll have to wait till the other passengers disembark before you get to your luggage. Duh! Before takeoff and landing, flight attendants usually flip a small switch on the bathroom door. This prevents it from flying open when it's not supposed to. With the same ease, a flight attendant can open the door when someone is inside. Look, they only need to lift the lavatory sign and move the knob into the unlocked position. Pilots don't worry about turbulence. That's because they know that there is a thing way more dangerous than any turbulence. It's an updraft. In most cases, turbulence only drops you a couple of feet down, even though it might feel as if you're falling from the top of the Empire State Building. If the turbulence is strong enough for the pilots to ask flight attendants to sit down, the plane can go 10 to 20 feet down. The most extreme white-knuckle turbulence is super rare. But an updraft is a big air mass, part of a storm or some other weather phenomenon, moving upwards. Pilots don't see updrafts on their radars at night, and when a plane hits one, it feels like driving over a huge speed bump at 500 miles per hour. An updraft is also extremely treacherous because it can push an aircraft upward to dangerous altitudes. Modern planes have a special system that detects other aircraft, mountains, and different solid objects in their path. 10 miles away from another plane, and a voice in the cockpit starts chanting, "Traffic, traffic." 5 miles closer, and the same voice begins to give pilots the directions. Airplanes can operate with one engine, even during takeoff and landing. Both engines failing simultaneously is almost unheard of. But even then, a plane wouldn't drop from the sky like a rock. Pilots would have up to 20 minutes to find a suitable place to land. The way the cabin is pressurized has a great effect on your taste buds. You lose up to 30% of your ability to taste sweet and salty things. In other words, it's not that airplane food isn't tasty, you just don't feel its flavor. That's also the main reason why airline catering companies add extra salt and spices to the dishes they cook. But you know what may help you? Noise-canceling earphones. For some reason, that probably has a scientific explanation. Cutting off all that noise around can help your taste buds. Each of those dings you hear during the flight has its own meaning. In most airlines, a boing soon after takeoff indicates that the landing gear is getting retracted. 3 dings in a row means more urgency than just one. A high-low ringtone informs crew members that their colleague needs them in another part of the plane. 3 low chimes means some serious turbulence ahead. Crew members are supposed to put away meal carts, take their seats, and fasten their seatbelts. If you're a nervous flyer, pick a seat in the middle of the cabin. Turbulence mostly affects the front and rear parts of the cabin. The middle section, which is over the wings, doesn't shake so much. Pilots and co-pilots eat different meals. The reason for this precaution is very simple. Imagine both pilots having the same dish and getting food poisoning. In this case, neither of them will be able to control the plane. If they still want to have the same dish and won't agree to have anything else, there's a safety net. Pilots don't have their meals at the same time. If one pilot ate the dish and still feels okay several hours later, the other pilot can brave their meal as well. What would you say when asked about the filthiest place on a plane? Nope, that's not the toilet seat. It's not even in the bathroom. Flight attendants warn that you should be particularly careful with headrests, seat pockets, tray tables, and seat belts. Experiments have shown that 1/3 of all seat belts have yeast and mold on them. Most tray tables are covered with bacteria. Seat pockets are extremely filthy too, but headrests are the dirtiest of them all. In most cases, flight attendants don't have enough time to change or disinfect them in between flights. If your captain announces they're finishing some paperwork, it means they're busy revising the flight itinerary or waiting for the ground staff to prepare the flight logbook. That's a journal that contains the official record of a journey. Some places, especially those flying long distances, have secret bedrooms for crew members to catch some shut-eye. These bedrooms, called crew rest compartments, are located either at the back of the plane or behind the cockpit. Such a compartment can have up to 10 comfortable beds where flight attendants can have a rest. Plane windows are made of super strong plexiglass that can easily cope with high speeds. And the window panes are shaped in a special way so that the high pressure inside the cabin pushes them against the aircraft body. In other words, plane windows are very unlikely to get broken. Once upon a time, plane windows were square, but the pressure built up in the corners of such windows, making them ultimate weak spots. This means that each square window had 4 weak spots. This made them likely to crash under the enormous stress of high altitudes. Luckily, making airplane windows curved solved this problem once and forever. Such a shape distributes the pressure and reduces the likelihood of cracks or any other damage. Planes regularly get struck by lightning, at least once a year or once per 1,000 hours of flight time. These days, it's totally safe. The electric charge simply runs through the aircraft's aluminum shell. It doesn't cause the plane any damage. But did you know that airplanes not only get hit by lightning, but they also trigger it? When an aircraft is flying through a cloud, the friction between its fuselage and the air creates static electricity. Sometimes it can cause lightning.
Ah yes, everyone loves a holiday. But figuring out what to pack in your luggage can be a daunting task, especially when you're limited on weight and baggage space. Not to mention, you're likely to do some holiday shopping on your adventure away from home. So, you're going to need extra space on your return for all those souvenirs you've collected. Accumulating too much weight or bulk can end up costing you a handsome fee with the airline if you're not properly prepared. But you can now relax. You just focus on booking your vacation. We'll take care of your luggage with these handy traveling tips. No doubt your clothes are going to take up the bulk of your luggage. Considering most airline standards permit 1 bag for most local trips and up to 2 bags for longer distances, that doesn't grant you a whole lot of space if you plan on being fashionable on your getaway, especially in the winter. However, this doesn't mean you have to turn your undergarments inside out for repeated use. The key here is to be clever with how you pack. Firstly, you might want to consider how you're folding your clothes. The most space-efficient method to store your wardrobe in a suitcase for travel is to roll up each item. Think of your clothes like those sleeping bags you used to take on your camping trips. They always seem too thick for their compacted covers, but with perseverance, you could roll it up tight enough to fit inside. Now, you don't need to wrestle with your clothes quite as much, but the same principle here applies. Start by folding your shirts, pants, and whatever else you plan on packing neatly, similar to how you might find them on a clothing store shelf. Then, when you have them in a relatively rectangular or squared-off shape, roll them up tightly. Now that you have your little clothes logs, start packing them into your bag. And behold, extra space! Now, here's something we've all experienced arriving at our holiday destination. We drop our suitcase on the hotel bed, open it up, only to find all our clothes unfurled and scattered like a tornado stormed through our bag. Your luggage has had a rough journey from your home to your holiday destination. It's been dragged through airport terminals, tossed around by baggage handlers, and rocked back and forth during in-flight turbulence. A simple stationary item, rubber bands, will help you keep your clothes neat. Now that you've got them rolled up, place a couple of rubber bands around them to keep them from unfurling. This is an especially neat trick if you want to roll an outfit together as one. Maybe you've got head-to-toe denim that you can't wait to rock on your getaway. Fold up your clothes as before, then layer the different items of your ideal outfit atop each other. Roll them up as one, then use the rubber bands to keep them together. You can preemptively decide your day-to-day outfits before you even board the plane. However, you may still prefer to fold your clothes, especially business or formal shirts and pants. Lucky for you, we have a handy trick for that too. Instead of folding each item individually, we're going to lay it out all on top of each other. Start with your shirts and tops, alternating with one on top and one on the bottom, keeping the necks of your shirts at the center. Work your way down to your pants and smaller items until they're all laid out flat. Try to keep your pants in the middle. Finally, start folding your items in on themselves, with the shirts creating the outer layer, until you end up with a neat bundle, like a present. You should be able to sit your bundle squarely into your bag. Want to save even more luggage space? Instead of putting your undergarments and socks into their own section, try fitting them into available spaces and gaps within the rest of your luggage. If you plan on taking a cap with you, for instance, the inside of your headwear is a great space to store your socks. This applies to other small luggage items too, such as phone chargers and ties. Though keep in mind that you can also lay your ties and belts out flat across the clothes in your luggage to conserve space. And if you're really limited on baggage size, say all you have is a carry-on for a fortnight-long trip, here's another method. Get yourself some compression bags to store your clothes in. These bags will compact multiple sets of clothes into the size of a small laptop bag. Fold up the clothes you intend to pack and store them into the compression bag. You should be able to fit 8 to 10 standard clothes items, or a few bulky ones. Once you've filled the bag, seal it and squeeze the air out through the built-in one-way pressure valve. The easiest way to do this is either by rolling it, and you should be pretty good at rolling your clothes by now, or by using your knees to apply pressure. You should be able to fit 2 to 4 of these compression bags in your standard carry-on suitcase, which is especially helpful if you want to save money by avoiding checked-in luggage. And you can take even more clothes on board with you if you stick them into a pillowcase. The best thing about this tip is that it also doubles as a comfy pillow for you to rest your head on during the flight. If you do have a bit more space to spare, another great way to keep your stuff organized is with packing cubes. It might not be as space efficient as compression bags, but a lot of travelers prefer them for tidier and well-organized packing. You might like to divide them by outfits or clothes types, such as one for pants and one for tops. You can easily purchase packing cubes from most online retail services and travel and camping stores. There are also packing cubes specially designed for one or more pairs of shoes. This is a great way to compact the space your shoes would otherwise take up in your luggage, and to keep your clean clothes from coming into contact with your footwear. Nobody wants their tops to smell like feet, right? If you're still struggling to bring all your items with you inside your suitcase, there are a couple more tricks that you can use for that extra bit of weight without the extra cost. The most obvious of which is to use your own body. That's right, time to layer up. Pick out all your bulky items and wear as many as you can manage. You can try wearing some shorts under your pants or several layers of your winter wear, such as your sweater, jacket, and coat, all over the top of one another. You might be sweating a little, but most airports and planes are well air-conditioned. You can always shed some layers once you've boarded your flight. At least you'll have some warm wear to snuggle up in if you do get cold up there in the clouds. If you don't want to wear all those layers, there's actually another type of bag you can carry on the plane with you, free of charge. Get yourself a duty-free bag from any of the duty-free stores in the airport. You can even hang on to it for next time. Store all your extra items in your duty-free bag and carry it onto your flight at no additional cost. It's also worth considering what type of luggage you're using. More importantly, how much it weighs. A lot of people forget that the standard 15 pounds permitted by most airlines includes the actual weight of their suitcase. The bag itself can often weigh up to 4 to 6 pounds. That's a huge chunk of your weight in the bag alone. So, when you're shopping for your luggage, take into account how much it weighs. Choosing a lighter bag will give you more space for the items you want to take with you. Stick to some of these handy tips and you'll be on your way with no shortage of luggage and some extra money to spend on your vacation. Happy flying!
You heat a pack of popcorn in the microwave, and there are small unpopped grains left. You can get rid of them before you open the bag. See this little tiny hole at the top? Shake the pack over the plate, and all the grains will fall out of the hole. It's much better to peel off the stickers, not from the bottom to the top, but tear them off from the side. This way, the paper remains flat, and its low side doesn't bend. Peel the banana starting from the top. Then you will not have to squeeze the bottom of the fruit. The hole on the pan handle can be used not only to hang it on the wall. You can insert a spoon into this hole while cooking a soup. Cardboard containers with Chinese food can be opened so that 4 paper walls lie flat on the table. So, all you need to do is unfold the container. This way, you'll get a very realistic plate, and scorching food will cool down faster. An easy way to peel an orange is to cut off the top and end of the orange. Then, cut it in the center to the middle. Then unroll the fruit. Almost all people misuse a travel pillow. Usually, the 2 ends of the U-shaped cushion are directed forward. The correct position is to turn the pillow on the other side. The arc should be under your chin, and the 2 ends should look back. Your neck will feel much more comfortable in this position, and you'll get a great nap. Your ceiling fan has 2 modes, for winter and summer. You need to find the switch on your fan. Switch up to start winter mode, or down for summer mode. In summer mode, the fan pushes the air down and it sucks the air up in winter mode. According to the rules of etiquette, you must first let those who leave the room, building, elevator out, and only then can you enter. First, they come out, then you come in. If you're inside, then you come out first. This simple rule will help to avoid a collision. In restaurants and cafes, toothpicks are always on the table. Most people use them incorrectly when they pick their teeth immediately after eating. The correct and cultured way is to go into the restroom and carefully pull out all the food leftovers from your mouth. Here's the right way to tie a garbage bag without making this little hole on the top. Don't tie these thin straps together. Hold them up, make a knot, wrap them around the knot through the loop, and here you have a good tight seal. To properly dry your sneakers in the dryer, you need to tie the laces together. Then put the sneakers inside the dryer, but leave the laces tips sticking out. Close the lid so that it clamps the shoelaces. Done! Wired headphones fit much better in your ear if you put them on in a way when the tips with the wire direct up. Then, the wire can be put around the auricle, so your headphones will not fall out of the ear. A bobby pin should be attached with the wave side closer to the head. Then it will not fall out of your hair. Don't brush your teeth with an electric toothbrush using fast movements. The electronic toothbrush should pass smoothly through the teeth. You can tear a bag of sugar with one hand. Hold the bag above a mug. Just place it on your index and middle finger. Then press your thumb into the middle of the bag. It will break the center, and sugar will easily pour out. When you pour juice or milk, keep the neck of the box at the top, above the glass. Then there will be less splashing. You wear sunglasses and enter the room. Where are you going to hide them? Do you leave it on your head, hang it in your shirt collar, or put it in your pocket? The best way is to put the glasses in the breast pocket so the lenses will be inside and only one temple sticks out of the pocket. Your glasses will be safely inside and the lenses will be protected from damage. When you flush the toilet, always cover it with a lid. Small imperceptible particles of dirty water and germs splash when pressing the flush button while keeping the toilet lid open. You don't have to tear off the plastic sheeting from the dishwasher tablet and crumble it. Just put it in the tank and close it. The water will dissolve the sheeting. It doesn't work with all the brands out there, so check the instructions. The compartment under the stove is not properly used when you put only pans and pots inside. You can put dishes with food there. The heat from the oven will keep the food warm. This is useful when you're waiting for guests who are running late. Almost everyone has a plunger with a round rubber shape. In the movies, we have seen how many times it's used to eliminate a blockage in the toilet. In fact, this plunger is needed to eliminate a blockage in the sink. For the toilet, you need to use another special plunger. You're eating a taco, and all the food is falling out on the other side. Put another tortilla on a plate. All the fallen food will be on it, and thus, you have another small taco. Using a vegetable peeler, most people make only one forward movement to cut the peel. Then, they put the blade back and cut off the peel again. You can cut the peel in the opposite direction and move the peeler back and forth. It will be faster and more efficient. Don't tuck the belt from the bathrobe through the back. Pull it out and thread it in a loop on the side of your stomach. After that, tie the belt as you like. This way, the bathrobe will snuggle tighter to the body. Most of us use toilet paper seat covers incorrectly. The correct way is to put the paper so the round side, in the middle, looks into the back part of the toilet. Advertisements show us that we need to cover the entire surface of the brush with toothpaste. One small pea is enough to brush your teeth. Companies want you to use the paste fast and buy another one. That's why they show this wrong and uneconomical way. We've been applying deodorant wrong all this time. The most effective way to use deodorant is to apply it at night before you go to bed. The easiest way to peel garlic is to put it in the microwave. Cut off the upper part, then put the garlic in the microwave for 20 to 30 seconds. Done! The skin easily tears off the garlic. Most people cut pizza from the middle to the edge. The filling always leaves the dough, and you have to make a lot of cuts. The correct and convenient way is to cut the pizza across, from one edge to the other. You only need 2 cuts to divide the pizza into 4 pieces, 3 cuts to divide by 6, and so on. It turns out that it's not necessary to wrap the suitcase with protective plastic sheeting. You can just put a t-shirt on the bag. Make sure the handle sticks out of the collar. And don't forget to make a little cut for the side handle. The table attached to the seat in the plane can also be used as a hammock for your feet. Just tie a belt, a blanket, or a towel around the table and hang your legs. To move a needed letter or a word on your phone screen, it's not necessary to press your finger on the text area. Press the space button and hold it to control the slider. Works on all iPhones. The Spotlight function on your Mac is designed not only for quick search of files and applications. You can use the search bar as a calculator. Just enter a mathematical example that you need to solve. Spotlight also uses internal dictionary data. Enter any word and get data from the dictionary about this word. If you're hungry and don't know what to order in a restaurant, there are special mobile apps to help you out. They show how the dish looks, its size, and weight.
Hey, summer's coming. Here's our Brightside approved checklist of stuff you gotta take with you, plus some tips for you to be fully prepared for your vacation. No matter how hard we try, we sometimes tend to overpack. Who, me? Now, remember one thing, the bigger your suitcase is, the more you will try to cram into it. Next time you pack your stuff, try to stick to a 5-4-3-2-1 rule. This rule says that for a 1-week vacation, we can easily limit to 5 pairs of socks and underwear, 4 tops, 3 bottoms, 2 pairs of shoes, selected by how active you're planning to be on your vacation, and 1 hat. But I suggest we add one more item to this rule. A lightwear rain jacket, like this one. It takes no more space than 2 pairs of socks, but it can be a lifesaver for unpredictable weather conditions. If you're afraid your clothes will get dirty fast and you'll have to hide those ketchup stains on your vacay photos, there's a solution on how not to do it. Have you heard of on-the-go detergent? These are small packets you can throw in your suitcase and hand wash your clothes in the sink. Binder clips may seem to have nothing to do with vacations. After all, these are office essentials. But let me try to bring you over. They have a ton of applications. Use them to hang up wet clothes, hold broken luggage straps together, you name it. If you still prefer to ignore the 5-4-3-2-1 rule and you're struggling to cram a couple more sweatshirts into your suitcase or backpack, plastic bottles are going to help you out. Grab one and cut it in 2 halves. Next, you're going to need an elastic band. Then roll the sweatshirt you need in a very tight roll and put it in between the 2 bottle halves. Secure this weird construction with an elastic band and voila! It now takes up way less space in your luggage. But if you're not into DIY solutions, here's another option: packing cubes to organize clothes. They'll keep all your stuff well organized and you'll easily find what you need without digging through your entire suitcase. Plus, they come in a variety of colors and sizes, so you can separate your clothing by type or color. Well, isn't that neat? Staying connected is essential when traveling, and a portable phone charger can help ensure that your phone stays charged even when you're on the go. Look for a charger with multiple ports so that you can charge your phone and other devices at the same time. Just a quick tip here: many devices are now switching to Type-C cables, so make sure all your devices are compatible with your portable charger. If you're a frequent traveler, here's a piece of advice for you. Never ever unpack your toiletries. This way you won't forget anything next time you fly. The best solution is to keep a separate kit with all the products you need, like a contact lens case or a toothbrush. But if you still don't have one, it's high time you made up your goodie bag with your essentials. You probably already have small bottles at home. Make sure it has an inscription on them claiming the bottles are not over 3.4 ounces if you plan to take them on board. However, if you have no bottles, there are plenty of them online, like this one. The kit you want to buy should have funnels to pour any shampoo or gel easily. Some of the kits even have scoops, which is great. You can do ice cream. No, sorry. They help portion out a small amount of moisturizer so you won't spoil the entire jar with your finger grease. However, there are a couple of things you better keep in your pockets and not in the toiletry kit, like hand sanitizer and lip balm. While everything's pretty clear with hand sanitizer, lip balm has way more uses than you can imagine. If you have dry cuticles, lip balm will make them soft and pliable again. If you want to clean up your makeup, lip balm and a Q-tip will work wonders, unless it's minty. You can even use it instead of eyebrow gel if you left yours at home, and it can also help tame flyaway hairs. Traveling can be uncomfortable, especially when trying to sleep on a plane or in a car. A compact travel pillow can make a big difference in your comfort level and help you arrive at your destination feeling refreshed. Keeping your belongings safe while traveling is essential, and TSA-approved travel locks can help. These locks can be opened by TSA agents without damaging your luggage, making them a great option for air travel. The world is very diverse, and so are plugs. If you're traveling to a new and faraway destination, don't forget to check what kind of plugs they have there. For example, if you're traveling to the UK, you can stick to this adapter. A small spray bottle can significantly upgrade your look. Yes, it can. For example, if your favorite t-shirt tends to wrinkle a lot, you can sort of iron it with a spray bottle. Hang it up and spray it with water. The wrinkles will disappear, and your t-shirt will look fresh and presentable, hopefully. Now let's talk duct tape. Duct tape in your luggage may be pretty stress-relieving. Now picture it. You're going back home with a whole bunch of gifts you bought for your family and friends. Whoops! The zipper on your suitcase just didn't resist the pressure, and it busted. Duct tape is coming to the rescue. Yeah, a suitcase wrapped in duct tape might look somewhat funny, but it's still better than shelling out a pretty penny on a brand new suitcase you weren't planning to buy. Yeah, that does make sense. Laundry bags may come in handy when you separate your dirty clothes from your clean ones. I know, you can do that with plastic bags, but laundry bags are sort of more eco-friendly. Plus, once you come home, they'll spare you some time. You won't need to dig through your suitcase trying to find all the clothes you want to wash. You'll just need to throw the laundry bag into the washing machine. If you're traveling to the seaside, you might want to consider grabbing a quick dry towel like this one. They're usually made of microfiber that dries much quicker than regular cotton. Plus, these guys are pretty low maintenance, as they can be machine washed at up to 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Next on, dryer sheets. You know, we all sweat, and our feet sweat too, especially if we walk miles and miles exploring a new location. So, when you return to the hotel and take your sneakers off, just put a dryer sheet in each sneaker. It'll absorb the odor, and your sneakers will be ready for more adventures. English is surely an international language, but you may still get into a situation where no one speaks English and you don't have an internet connection to Google Translate what you want to say. To play it safe, create a set of flashcards with essential vocabulary to help you out in basic situations. A favorite snack may be one of the most commonly forgotten by travelers' items. Yeah, they do give you food on the plane, but sometimes you may want to have an alternative. Plus, your snack can even save your budget in case you have a long connection. The prices in the airport lounge are crazy. Even if you travel in summer, it doesn't mean you don't need any warm clothes. Make sure you have a zip hoodie or something of that kind, especially on board. Thing is, you never know if it's going to be cold or hot on the plane. Sometimes it gets pretty stuffy in there, but it can also be freezing cold. Airplane blankets, as well as tray tables, are swarming with germs, so it's better to have your own clothes to keep warm. As for tray tables, I doubt you can bring your own on board, so just don't forget to clean them with an antibacterial wet wipe. And have a safe flight.
It's your first trip to Egypt, and your new friends there invited you for lunch. The food seems a bit dull, so you decide to spice it up with salt and pepper. You don't see it on the table, so you ask the host for it, and you notice everyone's shocked. It turns out, it's a huge insult to the cook when someone wants to change the original taste of the food on their plate. The cook made it that way for a reason, and wanting to spice it up means showing that the dish wasn't good enough. You're used to doing it as a kind gesture around the world, but don't tip waiters, taxi drivers, or hotel workers in Japan. They can get offended because they already get paid for providing you with good service, and there's no need for extra money to make it any better. If you really want to show appreciation, just say thank you. It's okay to tip private guides, tour companies, and interpreters. You can put any amount that feels right to you in an envelope and hand it down to them. If you want to impress your new Japanese friends or colleagues, take some time to study chopstick etiquette. When you master the art of holding chopsticks, remember not to rub them together. People do it to remove splinters, so it might look like you're unhappy with the quality of the pair that your host provided you with. Don't put your chopsticks vertically in your bowl of rice. This way, it can be seen as an offering to the deceased. Don't wave chopsticks in the air or use them to point at things. Both are considered really rude. The same is with moving things with your chopsticks or the hand holding them. It looks disrespectful. Plus, you're likely to spill things. When in Italy, don't order a cappuccino after noon. The locals don't do it because they believe the milk and foam turn this drink into a meal, and it's not good for digestion. Also, be prepared to enjoy your coffee standing at the bar and pay for it before you even order it. First, you pay the cash register, then show the receipt to the server to get your drink. Are you a big fan of chewing gum? Well, you'll have an uneasy time in Singapore. Using, selling, and importing chewing gum is banned there, and you'd have to pay up to several thousands of dollars for doing it. This law was introduced in the 1990s to make the city cleaner and keep the local fast trains up to schedule. When they launched a new transit system, passengers stuck gum onto train door sensors, causing some serious delays. With the new rules, this problem was solved. The no gum policy, along with many other strict rules, did help to make Singapore a really clean and fine city. Pun intended. If you absolutely can't imagine your life without chewing, the local authorities recommend replacing the gum with bananas. When someone asks you to pass them something, like salt at the table in Bolivia, don't give it directly to them. Hand it to the person sitting next to them, and they'll pass it for you. If the person next to you is asking for that little favor, you still can't hand it straight to them. The person next to you will have to help. This table etiquette comes from a superstition that handing something to someone directly into their hands brings bad luck. For the same reasons, you can't reach across the table or stand up to pass something or toss it to someone. And don't forget to keep both hands on the table when you aren't eating. It might look like you're trying to hide something if your hands aren't visible at all times. When you arrive for a meal in Jordan, the hosts may give you some bitter Arabic coffee as a warm welcome. Don't try to stretch it for the rest of the evening. The polite thing to do is empty it fast. Only when everyone's done with the drink do people go back to socializing. As you pass the empty cup to the hosts, make sure to jiggle your wrists. If you just pass it without jiggling, it will mean you're asking for a refill. Don't rush to arrive at an event on time in Venezuela. People might think that you're rude or greedy. The polite thing to do is to be 10 to 15 minutes late. Events scheduled for 7 o'clock will often begin at 8 o'clock or later. A popular story goes that in the 1980s, a foreign reporter arrived at a press event more than an hour late. When he saw the room was mostly empty, he went to apologize to the host for missing the event. The host then told him he was the first reporter to arrive. It's quite interesting because the clocks in this country have officially been 0.9 seconds ahead of the rest of the world for years. Are you planning to travel by bus in Ireland anytime soon? Don't forget to thank the driver for the ride on your way out of the bus. You'll hear an overwhelming majority of locals do it loudly, as it's basically not optional. Choose the gift wisely if you've been invited to a home in Vietnam. It's okay to bring fruit, sweets, or incense. Handkerchiefs are believed to be a symbol of a sad farewell, and cutting tools are a sign of cutting relationships. So don't bring those. Wrap your gift in colorful paper and don't opt for black. The locals believe this color to be a bad omen. When you present the gift, hold it with both hands. And don't be surprised if the hosts don't open it right away. It's done after the giver has left. Don't leave anything on your plate in India. It's a sign of disrespect for the food you were served. Food is considered sacred in the country, so it would upset your hosts a lot. So, wash and dry your hands before starting the meal. Don't forget to praise the cook and wait for the eldest to stand up before you leave the table. In South India, it's common to serve food on a banana leaf. You gotta fold it over from the top when you're done with the meal. Folding it from the bottom means you weren't satisfied with what you got. It might be a good conversation starter elsewhere, but don't brag about your achievements in Denmark. The locals believe that everyone is equal, so you won't hear them talk about their successful careers or talents or how special they are. And they expect the same from you. If you're looking for a good topic, they'll gladly talk to you about the greatness of their country. The Danes are really proud of it and all its wonders. If you're going on a trip to Germany and plan to drive on the famous Autobahn, make sure to tank up before you hit the road. Stopping, parking, making U-turns, and backing up on this super speedy highway is illegal. Yes, even if you have to stop because you've run out of gas, you'll have to pay a fine since you were supposed to plan things better. And although the Autobahn technically doesn't have a speed limit, watch out if you're passing by urban areas like Frankfurt, Berlin, and Munich, or construction works and heavy traffic. There will be special speed instructions for these spots. In case you're planning to explore Cyprus by car, quench your thirst before you start the vehicle. Drinking anything, including water, isn't allowed while driving on the island. So if you can't resist snacking or drinking behind the wheel, prepare to pay a fine. In Ethiopia, you gotta think twice before choosing a gift for someone. They see it as a debt they'll have to repay in the future. So, if you bring something really expensive, the receiver will either have to spend a lot of money on a return gift or feel indebted to you.
Now, statistically, 30,000 flights are delayed every single day. And while a flight delay may give you benefits such as a free coupon for a sandwich and Coke, it can also make you lose your connecting flight, train, or a Taylor Swift concert if that's what you were after when boarding a plane. Is there a way to avoid flight delays? Well, while they might seem like a total gamble, there are some tricks to boost your odds of getting to your destination without a hitch. According to weather expert Chris Bianchi, it's best to steer clear of booking flights on summer evenings. Seriously, just don't do it. Late afternoon and evening flights during the summer months in the U.S. are notorious for delays due to typical weather chaos. Why is that, you ask? Well, it all comes down to thunderstorm ingredients: moisture, unstable air, and a way for that air to start moving. In the summer, the sun heats everything up and makes the atmosphere unstable. The warm air near the ground rises, cools down as it goes up, and presto, you get clouds that may just decide to throw a thunderstorm party. Unfortunately, the guest list includes your flight delay. Conversely, you can choose the best time to fly. There's no guarantee your flight won't be delayed, but you can snatch the best price at least. So if you book a flight for midweek, let's say Wednesday, it'll probably help you save up to 17% of the initial price. That's around $56 if we speak of domestic flights, not to mention transatlantic ones. But it's not just about the day you book. Timing is crucial. Catch flights early or late. Think 4 a.m. and red eyes for better deals and fewer crowds. Avoid flying from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. if you can. Long story short, the best days to fly are Tuesday and Wednesday, and the worst day is Sunday. And don't forget the summer season. If you want to have a decent price for your vacay destination, make sure to book that well beforehand. So, you managed to secure the best prices for your tickets. Is there anything important you should know about your luggage? Yep. Once you arrive at your accommodation, you should immediately toss your suitcase into the bathtub. While it might sound a bit weird, it's actually pretty smart. And the biggest reason for that is bed bugs. Those creepy little pests love to hide in beds, couches, and even your clothes. And they're all about munching on human blood. Ooh. If they're hanging out in your hotel room, they gladly hitch a ride back home with you in your luggage. So, you should avoid putting your bags on soft surfaces or the bed when you first get to your room. Bedbugs usually chill out on mattresses, box springs, and in furniture cracks. If there's no bathtub in your room, just keep your suitcase in the bathroom, as they're way less to have these little bloodsuckers. You can leave your luggage there while you give your room a good look over for any unwanted guests, or just keep it in the bathroom for your entire stay. Another weird thing you should totally do in a hotel is stashing a towel by your hotel room door. You see, wrapping a small towel around your door's safety latch can really add to your peace of mind. Just pop the towel around the latch and lock it up. This tiny step makes it a lot harder for anyone to get in unexpectedly. And to make it easier to remember, just keep that towel right by your door so you can use it every time you head back to your room. If you ever wanted to know what happens to your baggage when you're on board a plane, the short answer is nobody knows, not even the staff. Baggage is sorted automatically. Scanners scan the barcode and sort the baggage according to its destination. The three main tasks of airport baggage handlers are to move your bags from the check-in area to the gate, to move them from one gate to another when you have a connecting flight, and to move your bags from the plane to the baggage claim area. So, if your baggage doesn't move fast enough, it can be late for your connecting flight. Or the exact opposite. Your bag can get to your destination before you do, because you're stuck at passport control. Now, some people also claim that you might experience some problems if you forget to tear off old stickers showing a different destination. There's an opinion that, in this case, the scanner might send your baggage to the wrong country. Oops. So, you arrive at the airport eagerly anticipating a well-deserved break from work, park your car in the lot, and discover the steep fees for leaving it there. Why is it so expensive? Airport parking facilities operate like any other business. The expenses involved include the cost of the land, the construction of the parking area, and ongoing maintenance, all of which can add up significantly. Ultimately, someone has to cover all these costs. Furthermore, the convenience of parking close to the airport contributes to the higher prices. If you're not willing to spend extra for this added convenience, consider taking a taxi instead. By the way, the world's most expensive airport parking will make you shell out around $500 a week. It's located in Doha, Qatar, and it's earned accolades for the top-notch quality it provides. I mean, it's not surprising for this money. So, you may find it a bit weird that the flight crew is all about where your window shades are. But there's a good reason. They want to help everyone get used to the natural light outside. Plus, it's super important for a smooth boarding and deplaning experience. In case things go sideways during an emergency, you definitely won't want to be blinded when trying to get out of the plane. Also, keeping the window shades up during takeoff and landing lets the ground crew keep an eye on what's happening inside the cabin. If something goes wrong, like a fire, they can spot it right away and jump into action. If the shades are closed, they might miss crucial signs, which can slow down their response when every second counts. When you're going through security, put your stuff on the conveyor belt in an order that will make it easy to repack later. Start with your backpack so that you can toss things right in as they come out. If you have a laptop or any pricey gadgets, stick them in the middle or in the second tray to keep them safe. Basically, you need to put your valuable stuff between your personal items in the first tray, and your carry-on should be the last to go. This will keep your electronics from getting mixed up with other people's stuff. When it comes to packing, you should totally think about just going with a carry-on for a change. The freedom you get is amazing. And even if you decide to check a bag, definitely bring a carry-on with you. Pack a whole outfit in there. While stolen or lost baggage isn't really common, only 3% of luggage doesn't make it to the destination. Baggage delays happen all the time. So, having a backup outfit will save you from looking like a hot mess while you wait for your stuff to show up. We all love snagging those emergency exit rows for some extra legroom, but let's chat about which seats you might want to steer clear of. First off, avoid the seats directly in front of the emergency exits. They usually don't decline. And if you're eyeing those seats in the very back, keep in mind they don't recline either. But hey, there are some perks to sitting in the back. You'll be super close to the bathroom, and there's a good chance you might get a whole row to yourself since most folks usually skip the last row. Oh, and if you're looking for tips on seat choices for different planes, there are plenty of websites that can help you find the best spots and warn you about the ones to avoid, like those without windows. So there.
Planning a trip? Make sure you have the essentials in your wallet. Your ID, bank cards, a crayon, foreign currency. Wait, a crayon? Yep, you heard it right. Some avid travelers swear by always keeping a crayon inside their wallet. Here's why. Crayons can always write. If you need a writing utensil, they don't need to be sharpened, and they never run out of ink. If you drop a pencil, the lead inside usually breaks, making it impossible to get that satisfying sharp point ever again. Traveling with one could jostle it a lot, meaning you'll need to be sharpening and sharpening and sharpening. Pens and planes? Not a great match. The rapidly changing air pressure in the cabin can cause your pen to burst, oozing ink onto all your belongings. But why keep a crayon in your wallet specifically? Well, for two reasons. One is that no matter where you go on your travels, you're probably bringing your wallet along. So keeping anything that might come in handy inside means you'll always have whatever you need at hand. The second reason is that a crayon is said to make sure your cards remain intact. A bent or snapped card could be a huge deal while abroad. So, keeping something straight and solid inside your wallet can protect your cards from such accidents. And while pencils and pens are too long to fit in the usual wallet, a crayon is the perfect length. So, you're out and about on vacation in a beautiful city abroad. You've explored the sights and culture, and now you're tuckered out. You'd really love a warm drink and a cozy place to relax, but you don't speak the local language. You plan to study a bit on the plane, but, well, that onboard movie was just too entertaining. So how can you ask where the nearest coffee shop is? Here's where the crayon comes in handy. Get a piece of paper and draw common symbols, such as Wi-Fi, a coffee cup, a bathroom symbol, and a question mark. Point at each symbol to ask a friendly local almost all of the common questions you might need to ask. Ho-ho, warm coffee? Here you come. Flying with a friend? Here's a clever tip for when you're picking out your seats. Never select the middle seat. Of course, we all want to sit next to our friend, but try picking the aisle and window seats with a gap in between. No one likes sitting between two people they don't know, so others will be unlikely to pick the seat between you two. You'll have a bigger chance of getting the whole row to yourselves. But what if someone does pick the middle seat? Well, that's no problem. Ask them politely if they would like to switch, so you can sit next to your friend. Most people will be happy to. Win-win. Want to make sure no one tries to swipe your valuables? If you're carrying fancy electronics like a camera or the latest laptop, it might help to make them look a bit less appealing to sneaky onlookers. A bit of duct tape can do wonders. Place some tape over a corner of your device. Nowhere that the tape can do any harm, of course. Now, if anyone eyes your expensive item, it'll look broken to them. A camera held together by tape isn't worth stealing, so you'll have extra peace of mind while you travel. Whether you're staying in a hostel, hotel, or roughing it in the woods, you might want to make sure your toothbrush is well guarded from touching anything. After all, bathrooms can be notoriously germy. Making sure your brush stays away from suspicious surfaces isn't hard though. Just pack a clothes peg and you'll be prepared. Clip the peg on your brush, right under its head. Then prop it up on the prongs of the peg, safe and sound from any muck. Here's another trick you can use that clothes peg for. If you're ever in an airport or train station bathroom and look at the door only to realize there's no lock, don't worry. Push the peg into the gap between the door and the ground. If the gap is too small or too large, try the space between the door and its frame. The wedge shape of the peg will stop the door from opening, so you can make sure your privacy is secure. Okay, who's up for a road trip? If you're taking your friends on a cross-country adventure, there are sure to be lots of stops for snacks and sweet drinks along the way. A little mess is to be expected, but you can at least avoid some annoying crumbs inside your car's cup holders. Pop cupcake liners inside the cup holders before the journey starts. Later, you can slip them out and voila, still clean. Craving a nice cool treat while on the road? What's better than an ice cream bar on a sunny day? But as it melts, your treat can quickly become an ooey gooey mess all over your car. Well, grab some more cupcake liners. This time, take one and poke a hole in its center. Slide the popsicle stick through and hold onto your treat from below. The liner will catch any sticky drops. If you need to pass some time on a flight or train, playing a game is great. Cards, charades, and riddles. Oh, yeah, we love riddles. But if you want to play your favorite board game, you might run into an issue when you try to roll the dice. One bad roll, and your dice are flying into the abyss under the seat. Good luck reaching them under there. And who knows what gross discoveries you might make down there in the dark zone. But there's a better way. Pack your dice in a small clear container. Make sure it's completely transparent. Now, just shake the container when it's your turn. Now there's no chance of any rogue dice. Roll away. Uh-oh, turns out you're heading somewhere very wet, but you didn't pack any waterproof shoes. Don't miss out on the opportunity for whitewater rafting just because of your footwear. Try turning your regular shoes into water-resistant ones with just a candle. Rub the wax all over the surface of your shoes, especially in the spots you know will get wet. The wax will seal in the fabric, repelling water. No soakers for you. On a long day of traveling, why not stop for a picnic lunch? Nature is beautiful. Well, most of nature. The ants that are climbing all over your food, not so much. Even if you eat at a table, they can quickly crawl up the table legs. A good way to stop them is to put a little tray of water under each table leg. The ants won't be able to navigate the water and will leave you and your picnic alone. Now all you have to worry about is bees. You try not to, but sometimes while you're enjoying the scenery, you can wander away from your travel companions. don't worry. If you're in nature, you might be able to make a clever whistle from an acorn cap. This is a trick that's easy to learn and very effective at getting attention. Plus, your friends will definitely be impressed with your creative thinking. First, you obviously need to find an acorn cap. Make sure it's not cracked or deformed. Also, the bigger the acorn cap is, the lower the pitch of the sound will turn out to be. Take the acorn cap in both of your hands. Place it between your thumbs and index fingers with the inside of the cap facing towards you like a bowl. Put your thumbs on the lip of the bowl closest to you. The sides of your thumb's knuckles should be lightly touching each other. A triangle of the cap should be showing in the gap between your thumbs. Put your upper lip on the top of your thumbs. Then pucker your lips so that when you blow, no air will escape out of your bottom lip. This is the trickiest part. But with a bit of practice, you'll be able to get it. Now blow. The loud whistle will alert your friends of your location and maybe scare off animals you don't want sticking too close by. While you're at it, why not try whistling some show tunes? If you're going out on the water, here's a trick that can help you make sure your keys are safe and sound. Grab a bottle cork and poke a small hole in its center. Now uncurl a paper clip and thread it through your key ring. Then use it to attach your key to the cork by pushing it deep into the hole you created. Make sure it's secure. If your key slips out of your pocket and lands in the water, it won't sink to the bottom. The cork will keep it floating. So all you need to do is reach down and grab it. Emergency scuba diving avoided.
Now, flight attendants are trained to notice some pretty important things about each passenger once they board the plane. Curious about what these are? Well, first and foremost, flight attendants are all about safety. So if you're following the rules and paying attention during the safety demo, you're already off to a great start in their book. But don't worry, they're not just looking for rule followers. They also want to make sure you're comfortable and have everything you need to enjoy your flight. One thing they notice right away is how much luggage you're carrying. If you're struggling to lift a heavy bag into the overhead bin, they'll probably step in and help you out. And if you're one of those people who insists on bringing a massive carry-on that barely fits in the bin, they might discreetly check to make sure you're not breaking any weight or size limits. Speaking of luggage, flight attendants can tell a lot about you from your suitcase. If it's covered in stickers from exotic locations, they might assume you're a seasoned traveler who knows their way around an airport. But if it's a beat-up old bag with duct tape holding it together, they might wonder if you're a first-time flyer or just someone who doesn't care much about appearances. Of course, one of the most important things flight attendants notice about you is how you treat them and your fellow passengers. If you're friendly, polite, and respectful, they'll go out of their way to make your flight as pleasant as possible. But if you're rude, demanding, and throw a tantrum when things don't go your way, they might not be as eager to help you out. And then some. They'll always take a sneak peek at what's on your feet, too. It's not because they're all secretly obsessed with shoes, it's actually for your safety. They check out your sneakers to see if you can quickly and easily run in case of an emergency. If you're planning to board a flight, you might want to think twice before rocking those high heels, unless you want to hear an emergency command to kick them off. Speaking of emergencies, flight attendants also like to look at whether you're a fit person or not. They do this just in case they need some physical assistance in the event of some bad, unwanted thing happening. And hey, if you happen to be a doctor, don't be shy about letting the crew know. You might just be a lifesaver. Now, let's talk about food and drinks, my favorite topic. Flight attendants are always happy to serve you, but they also notice what you order. If you ask for something that's not on the menu or request a complicated custom drink, they might raise an eyebrow. But if you order something simple and easy to prepare, like a glass of water or a bag of pretzels, they'll be more than happy to oblige. If you're planning to fly with your furry friend, make sure to prepare it for some attention from the flight attendants. Don't worry, they're just curious about your cute companion. And if your pet is a trained service animal and registered with the airline beforehand, they're good to go. Also, if you've paid for your pet to fly, make sure they stay cozy in their carrier for the entire trip. Flight attendants are also trained to notice any unusual behavior or potential red flags. If someone seems nervous or anxious, they'll keep an eye on them to make sure they're okay. Luckily, some flight attendants are also happy to share some secrets that will make your next experience in an airplane way better. For instance, if you're wondering when's the best time to take to the skies, they may have some ideas. Some destinations, for example, have plenty of flights throughout the day. So the question is, should you go early or stay up late? Turns out that the best time is first thing in the morning. But shh, don't tell anyone, or they might steal all the morning flights. The reasoning is pretty sound, though. The weather is usually calmer in the morning, and any delays from the day before should have been sorted out overnight. Now, when it comes to holiday travel, here's another piece of advice. If you can swing it, give yourself a little wiggle room. For example, try flying on the day before the winter holiday starts, instead of the 24th itself. That way, you'll have a bit more flexibility and hopefully avoid any stress or last-minute airport drama. What can you do when it comes to delays, you might wonder? Well, they can happen at any time, unfortunately, and there's not much a flight attendant can do about it. But don't worry, flight attendants and passengers are on the same team. Also, don't believe the rumors. Flight attendants won't hide information from you. There's no point. If you're stuck on a delayed flight, don't hesitate to ask the staff for all the info you need, and rest assured they will do their best to get you on the next available flight as soon as possible. Now, what about jet lag? Surely flight attendants have the best remedies. If you're hopping across time zones, most flight attendants recommend catching a quick snooze upon arrival. But don't get too cozy. Stay up until nightfall to help your body clock adjust. After all, you don't want to be groggy when you arrive. Also, if you're only visiting a destination for a short time, airplane staff recommend sticking to your home time zone. It might just save you from the hustle of adjusting to another time zone unnecessarily. And don't forget to keep hydrated, munch on nutritious food, and get in some exercise to keep your body feeling tip-top. Now, we've all seen in movies those scenes where the main character gets a surprise upgrade to business class out of the blue. As much as we all dream of being upgraded to a luxurious seat mid-flight, it's usually only possible on the ground, unless you're one lucky duck. There's a list and a method for who gets bumped up to first class. Sometimes, flight attendants will shuffle passengers around so families can sit together, or they do it to fix any seat mix-up. But once the plane takes off, moving around is pretty rare. Ever wondered if you can switch seats with another passenger during the flight? The answer is yes, you can. Most flight attendants encourage it, especially if it means keeping families together. However, it's best to figure out any seat-swapping arrangements before boarding to avoid any chaos. Plus, some seats are fancier than others, and if people have paid extra for them, it's important to be respectful of that. Also, did you know that the emergency exit rows are sometimes marketed as premium seating? Let's talk about some serious airplane etiquette. So, who gets to claim the middle armrest? It's a big debate, but most flight attendants think the person in the middle seat deserves it. Hey, let's give them a break. They're already stuck in the least desirable spot. Now, on to the great window blind debate. Some people want them up, some people want them down. If it's a nighttime flight, keep them closed. You don't want to disturb your fellow passengers with unnecessary light. However, if you're flying over the Himalayas, you better believe people are going to peek through those windows. And let's not forget, blinds need to be open upon arrival for safety reasons. The crew needs to see outside in case of emergencies. Have you ever been curious about what flight attendants eat on board? Do they have the same food as the passengers? Turns out, they can have the same meals if they want to, but they don't always choose to. Some prefer to pack their own snacks, like hummus, apples, and popcorn, because the airplane options don't always keep them alert. They also focus on drinking lots of water and avoiding foods that might make them feel bloated, but they do indulge in airplane coffee. Some crew members even bring their own meals on board due to dietary requirements, or to add to the festive vibe on holiday flights. I once saw a passenger give a tin of holiday cookies to the flight attendants. You can bet she got some extra special attention.
One of the most common and ancient Japanese beliefs, called Shinto beliefs, states that every aspect of nature has a soul. From mountains and rivers to rocks and leaves, each object has a living essence, and that essence is acknowledged and respected. Shinto shrines are places of worship where people come to pay their respects and ask for good fortune for themselves. There are over 100,000 shrines in all of Japan, and each one of them stands out. Let me take you on a tour. Watch out for a large gate called a torii. It indicates that you're entering a sacred ground. On the sides of the entrance, you can notice a dog or lion-like statues protecting the shrine and warding off evil spirits. Before walking in, you need to bow to pay your respects. Now, let's go inside. Make sure not to walk right through the middle of the gate. It's a part of the spirits that are being worshipped. Every other visitor should lean to the side of the gate. First thing there, you need to clean yourself. Right next to the entrance, there's a fountain. You should wash your hands and mouth with the water before going further. There are many natural elements inside the shrine: rocks, flowers, and trees, since a shrine is a tribute to nature. But look, there's also something unusual. Around a large tree, there's a rope with zigzag folded papers. This rope is called shimenawa, and it marks the boundary to something sacred. It's not just trees you can find shimenawa on, but also other sacred objects like, for example, on sacred stones or on torii gates. These pieces of paper right here are called omikuji. They contain randomly drawn predictions, some with good luck and some with bad luck. But bad luck doesn't mean your life is over. It means you should just focus on what you can do to make it better. You can also learn from what's written inside omikuji and move on. If you don't want to bring bad luck omikuji back home, you should tie the paper around a designated tree's branch to leave that bad fortune behind. You can even collect your visits to different shrines. Each one of them has a unique stamp. And for a small fee, each visitor can get a stamp with beautiful Japanese calligraphy in their book of stamps. As you walk out of the shrine, don't forget to nod one or more times and lean to the side on your way out. These are some common rules and elements. But, of course, shrines vary depending on who or what they enshrine. Some of them enshrine emperors and their families, others poets and significant historical figures, both once living and not. Some shrines are big and famous, but there are also many small shrines that you can find along roadsides. For example, the Udo Shrine is dedicated to Japan's mythical first emperor, Jinmu. Why mythical? Well, because there's no real evidence of his actual existence, and there are many legends about him. The legend that connects Emperor Jinmu to this shrine tells that the cave where the shrine is located nourished him, so the shrine is a good place to visit for newlyweds. Zeniarai Benten Shrine is for those who want to attract money. It's believed that the amount of money you wash in the shrine's spring will double. There's also a cute Yanagi-mori shrine that is dedicated to a widely loved raccoon called Otanuki-sama. He has shape-shifting abilities and is a symbol of good luck, and all around the shrine you can find cute statues of him. I could go on about shrines for a long time, but what else comes to mind when we think about Japan? Those gorgeous Japanese gardens. Turns out, the gardens are a Chinese influence that was brought to Japan by an inspired Japanese traveler in the 7th century. Unfortunately, none of the first gardens exist today. A boost to gardens was given a couple of centuries after that with tea ceremonies. Tea ceremonies are an important aspect of Japanese culture today, but they were brought there from China by a Japanese monk. A tea ceremony is a ritual of preparation and representation of matcha, a powdered green tea. With the boost in the popularity of tea ceremonies, some gardens were designed specifically for the ritual. So, the gardens got tea ceremony pavilions, with all those beautiful stepping stones and lanterns. A later modification of gardens are strolling gardens that were intended for walks and events of Japanese aristocracy. Wealthy people started to express themselves through their gardens, taking pride in them and displaying their success beyond their houses. All these things sparked the love and admiration for gardens, so no wonder they're of such high standard today. Japanese gardens still avoid anything artificial and are designed to express the beauty of nature. Maintenance of the gardens is taken seriously. There are various people taking care of it, and there are specific professions for it. For example, there are river washes, who are responsible for sweeping all gardens' waters. If you walk along several Japanese gardens, you can see that there are several key elements you can find in most of them: rocks, ponds, running water, bridges, and so on. All of those elements have a meaning, and they're all carefully placed where they're more likely to bring good fortune. There's even a Japanese manual with the rules for the placement of water. For example, the water should enter the garden from the east and flow out towards the west. This way, the flowing water will carry away all evil, and the owner of the garden will live a healthy and prosperous life. The central element of most Japanese gardens is a pond, and it may represent lakes or seas, both real and mythical. There are many small waterfalls and cascades, and they should face the moon and be designed so that the moon's reflection is captured in the water. Bridges represent immortality. They're made of stone or wood, and they cross streams, but also connect islands, another common feature that represents, well, real islands. Still, the islands vary in size and are filled with symbolism. For example, many are designed to resemble cranes and turtles, which are symbols of health and longevity. Rocks have been playing an important role in Japanese culture since ancient times. Remember that some stones are worshipped in shrines? In gardens, stones symbolize hills and mountains. The rocks are usually arranged in compositions of 2, 3, 5, or 7. The 3-rock composition is more common, and they represent heaven, earth, and humanity. Big rocks are used to build bridges and pathways. Small ones line streams and ponds. There are even so-called dry gardens that are made of stones entirely. The biggest stones symbolize islands and mountains. Sand and gravel symbolize water. There is, of course, no green garden without trees, flowers, and other vegetation. They're very thoughtfully arranged to imitate nature and highlight the best characteristics of every plant and let it thrive. Paths have been an important part of a garden ever since aristocracy started to stroll through them. Gladly, today anyone can afford to have a walk there once in a while. The paths are circular, allowing you to see all the beauty. As you stroll through the gardens, you can notice water basins. You're probably already a bit familiar with them. They're there for ritual cleansing and are especially important to use before tea ceremonies. Lanterns are often paired with water basins. Notice that they aren't made of metal. As you remember, Japanese gardens use natural materials, and so the lanterns are made of stone. They come in all shapes and sizes and are placed in carefully chosen locations to provide the most aesthetic, like on islands and next to significant buildings. There are, of course, many buildings in the garden from where you can observe it. After all, the gardens are built to please the eye in the first place, and they must be enjoyed from within.
That little yellow hook you can see from the airplane's window if you're sitting next to the wing is there to help you in case of an emergency landing. Inflatable slides can only be deployed from the emergency exit doors in the front and the tail of the plane. In the middle, the passengers would have to walk right out on the wing and get to the ground from there. But jumping from the plane wing isn't safe because it's just too high. And here's where those little yellow hooks come in handy. The flight attendants tie ropes from the doors and through the loops for the passengers to hold onto. This way, everyone can safely get to the ground without injuries. Now, you want to try to avoid cozying up under airplane blankets. Some airlines only wash them about once a month. Better use your own travel blanket, a scarf, or a jacket, and always remember to wear your shoes while walking around the plane. That carpet on the floor can't and won't be cleaned to perfection between flights. It's just too much time and effort for the cabin crew. The dirtiest place on a plane isn't the bathroom, it's your tray table. It has 8 times more bacteria than an onboard toilet flush button. Now, in case of emergency, oxygen masks only have enough airflow to last for about 15 minutes. Luckily, it's just the amount of time a plane needs to find a suitable landing place or to at least descend to the altitude where people won't need oxygen masks anymore. You may wonder why you're asked to lift your seat back and close your tray table before takeoff and landing, but it's for your own safety. A reclined seat is comfy for you, but it makes it harder for the passenger behind you to get out of their seat, which is crucial in case of an emergency. The lower tray table is the same way, only this time it's you who won't be able to stand up fast enough if anything happens. Besides, the tray table prevents you from assuming the secure position in the event of an emergency landing. This position requires you to bend over in your seat, put your head between your knees, and cover the back of your head with your hands. Imagine doing that while your tray table is open. If you look around the cabin, you'll notice little black or red triangles around the midsection of the plane. These stickers let the flight attendants know where the airplane wings are located, so they can immediately look out the right window to see if something is amiss outside. You shouldn't lower the window shades while taking off, taxiing, or landing for two reasons. First, the flight attendants must always be able to monitor the situation outside, and open shades help them with that, obviously. Second, if something's gone wrong on board the plane while it's on the ground, for example, a fire, the ground crews won't be able to see it and evaluate the situation before going in unless the windows are open. That tiny hole you see at the bottom of any airplane window isn't there to scare you nuts. In fact, it helps keep the pressure from the inside and the outside of the window equalized. The hole itself is only made in the second layer of glass, and there are 3 of them overall, which also helps with security, by the way. Even if the outer glass breaks, there will still be 2 more to keep you safe. Now, you might see flight attendants touching the overhead compartments while they're walking along the aisle, but that's not exactly what they do. Right beneath the compartments, there's usually a handrail that goes all the way through the cabin, so you can also use this trick to stay firmer on your feet in the aisle. The pilots dim the lights in the cabin during nighttime, not for you to get cozy and sleepy. Our eyes have a hard time adjusting to darkness in the first few minutes of sudden lights out. And in the case of emergency, every second matters. So the lights get dimmed to let you get used to darkness in case something happens and you have to act fast. Pay attention to the aisle floor too. If there's an emergency landing at night, there will be 2 luminescent strips along the aisle showing you the way to the exit. Follow them to get safely out of the plane. Flight attendants also suggest counting the seats between you and the emergency exit once you're seated. This will help you navigate in case there's no other guidance available. If a lightning bolt hits the plane, the passengers won't feel it. The entire aircraft is covered with aluminum coating that conducts electrical current and doesn't let it inside. This protection is tested using a lightning simulator. Airplane windows are round because the air pressure is evenly distributed this way. If the plane's windows were square, strong air currents would accumulate in the corners of the windows, depressurizing the cabin, and that's bad. Don't think you become untouchable if you go to the airplane toilet. The bathroom door can be opened from the outside. There's usually a small latch at the top of the door that allows cabin crew to get you out of there. It's useful for both getting to people doing something suspicious in the bathroom and helping those who don't feel well and, for example, collapsed while in the toilet. Yeah, let's avoid doing that. The plane's wings flash red and green lights at night to show the direction the plane is heading in. A green light is always on the right wing, and a red one is on the left. Aircraft tires are designed to withstand 4 to 5 times more pressure than they actually experience upon landing. The wheel is more likely to break than the tire. Pilots always have different meals. This is necessary to reduce the risk of food poisoning. The flight can still go well if one of the pilots has gone down because of a stale burrito, but not if it's both of them. And try not to both of you eat the fish. Some airlines don't allow pilots to have beards. Facial hair can prevent securely fitting the oxygen mask, and pilots must always remain conscious. The seats are blue in most aircraft because this color soothes people. It's also easy to keep clean. The rumbling noise you hear after boarding the plane is luggage being loaded on the plane. The compartment is right beneath the cabin, so it can sound quite loud sometimes. On most flights longer than 7 or 8 hours, pilots have access to a specially designed rest seat in or near the cockpit. Flight attendants typically have a section of the cabin reserved for them, and it's sometimes separated from the passenger areas. Some larger aircraft even feature private crew quarters above or below the main cabin. The wings of most passenger aircraft are located at the bottom of the plane. It's called a low wing. Firstly, if you install the engine under low wings, it'll be closer to the ground and easier to repair. Secondly, the wings will take on part of the shock in case of a hard landing. And if the plane falls into the water, then the wings become a life-saving pillow. By the way, a plane can stay afloat for 10 minutes to 60 hours. It all depends on the model of the plane, weather conditions, and pilot skills. Now, most airplanes are white because this color best reflects the sun rays and the aircraft body doesn't heat up as much. Also, the damage is best seen on white, and white paint is simply cheaper. Shoulder straps seem more secure than just a waist belt, but not in the case of planes. When the plane gets into turbulence, it's tossed a bit in the air. The waist belt will simply hold you in place in case of a more severe shake. Shoulder straps would require more space between the seats, and this is not justified on a plane. In a car, the impact is usually much stronger, so you need that shoulder strap not to whoosh through the windshield. Flight attendant seats do have passenger straps, but that's because they are much less comfortable than passenger ones. They're narrower and positioned facing the passengers. Flight attendants need extra protection simply not to fall off their seats if the plane shakes hard enough. Also, they have to help and direct people during potential evacuation, and for that, they need to be in top shape. Now maybe you've noticed that you always enter the plane from its left side. Firstly, the captain usually sits on that side. This way, it's easier for the captain to align the plane with the terminal jet bridge. Also, the aircraft is fueled and loaded with the baggage on the right side. If passengers come from the left, the crew can do their job undisturbed.
One Asian airline company has recently moved bathrooms and kitchens on a few of its new A330 Neos. The main purpose of such a restructuring is to cram in a record 460 seats. That's 20 more than before. There's a new tendency, in Asia in particular, to stuff more passengers into the aircraft that fly the most popular routes. Of course, customers are less than happy with this development, but it does help the aviation industry. For example, in Asia, more than 100 million people fly for the first time every year. And the cramming in strategy is helping low-cost carriers serve those travelers who care more about price than comfort. But the most popular tactic to fit more people in a jet is bolting in more chairs. For example, one European low-cost carrier ordered several modified aircraft from Boeing Company in 2014. They all had 8 more seats than normal. In 2017, another airline carrier started adding an extra seat into each economy row of its Boeing 777-300s. It cost each passenger an inch of personal space. These days, less legroom is the new normal. In the early 2000s, rows in economy class were 34 to 35 inches apart. Now, a distance of 30 to 31 inches is a regular occurrence. As for short flights, rows can be a mere 28 inches apart. Well, to get the maximum number of people on board, airlines have to sacrifice something. And in this case, it's your comfort. But at least you can improve the situation by spending some money and upgrading for more legroom. You wouldn't have been able to buy additional comfort during the flight if you had traveled by plane in the 1920s. Aircraft of that time shook a lot and were loud, cold, and unpressurized. Air travel was often slower than traveling by train. Plus, it was only possible during the day. planes could hold no more than 20 passengers and reached a cruising altitude of 3,000 feet. For comparison, these days, airplanes usually cruise at an altitude of more than 30,000 feet. The average speed of an airplane at that time was around 100 miles per hour, and they had to make frequent stops to refuel. Flight attendants appeared only in the 1930s. That's when traveling by plane got a bit more comfortable. The service was better than in the previous decade. Plus, airplanes had been developed and improved. They became soundproofed and heated. The seats got upholstered. They could now fly way higher at around 13,000 feet. It reduced turbulence and allowed planes to move twice as fast. The first pressurized commercial airplane appeared in 1938. The 1950s are often called the golden age of air travel. Flying at that time wasn't cheap. A round trip from Chicago to Phoenix could easily cost today's equivalent of $1,168. For a one-way flight to Europe, you would have to pay more than $3,000 in today's dollars. At the same time, it was a lavish experience. Passengers showed up for their flights dressed up and could enjoy in-flight meals that included prime rib and lobster. With time, flying became more and more common. In the 60s, passengers stopped dressing up as much as before. People could fly without any form of ID. They could just arrive at the airport half an hour before the departure and go straight to the gate, often together with their loved ones who came to see them off. Security screening became mandatory only in the early 1970s because bigger flights also meant more passengers. The jumbo jet, aka the Boeing 747, made air travel more affordable for millions of travelers. Airlines could now transport large numbers of passengers, and they started selling tickets at more reasonable prices. At that time, there was still plenty of legroom, and flight attendants had enough time to cater to every passenger's needs. From 1970 to 1974, American Airlines even featured a piano lounge in the rear of its 747. In the 1980s, you could check as many bags as you wanted. Meals were always included, and you could visit the cockpit during the flight. There, children were given a wing pin to remember the experience. In the 1990s, people saw in-flight entertainment for the first time. And 20 years later, in the 2010s, passengers started to expect the same conveniences they were used to having on the ground. For example, they wanted private touchscreen TVs and USB chargers in every seat, and on many flights, they got it. But at the same time, some airlines began to introduce extra fees for literally everything, from carry-ons to seat assignments. Free meals also turned into a rarity. There's also a tendency nowadays for airplane seats to become less and less comfortable, and there's a reason for that. Surprise, surprise, it has to do with airlines trying to make more money. Plane seats themselves are designed in a certain way, which often makes it unpleasant to sit on them for long periods of time. The main issue is that the seats need to be light. It can help avoid high fuel consumption. Airlines design seats to weigh as little as possible to fly planes more cheaply. And how can you make a plane seat lighter? Right, by using less padding. Together with the decreasing legroom and seat width, it makes flying long distances quite uncomfortable. Plus, plane seats are made to be both lightweight and strong and fire retardant. So they usually have an aluminum frame and some kind of urethane foam attached to it. Some seats even have Kevlar in them. All this is covered with leather, which is used to make seats look nicer. It also allows flight attendants to clean up spills easily. When choosing a seat on a plane, you should keep in mind a number of important moments. If you often get motion sickness, pick a seat over the wing. This way you'll feel less turbulence. If you have a short connecting time, opt for a seat in the front. If you're traveling with somebody, pick a window and an aisle seat in the back of the plane. Unless the flight is sold out, the chance is high that the middle seat between you will remain unoccupied. If you're planning to sleep during your flight, go with a window seat. If you feel you might need easy access to the bathroom during the flight, pick an aisle seat towards the back of the aircraft. And if you need to have a small bag with you during the flight, avoid picking a bulkhead seat. They usually don't have anywhere to store your carry-on other than the overhead bins. Oh, and speaking of your luggage, while packing your bag, try to use all the space available to you. It's a great idea to put small items like socks or a swimsuit inside your shoes. Pack your scarf and belt into your handbag. If you're going to travel with a backpack, put the heaviest items at the bottom. Also, try to roll everything. This way, your clothes will take up less space and will wrinkle less. When going on a trip, leave your large wallet at home. Instead, put all your essentials like your passport or cash into a small container or even a toiletries bag. You can also use a mint tin to keep your credit cards and money. Put everything inside, then cover it with a piece of paper and fill the tin with mints. Now, you've got the perfect hiding spot. Take a picture of everything that you've packed in your bag before you go to the airport. This way, if your luggage is lost, you'll be able to make a claim with the airline or your insurance company by showing them the items that have been lost. It's bound to increase your chances of receiving compensation for your stuff. You may also consider printing out a copy of your boarding pass and putting it inside your suitcase. This way, if your suitcase gets lost, it will be easier for the airport workers to identify it. Who doesn't want to cut down on flight tickets when they're planning a trip? Here are some useful tips on how to get the best deals. Some cities like London and New York have more than one airport, so consider flying through alternate airports. Some of these airports are too far away from the city center. That's why tickets will be cheaper on the flights that land there. I tried this one myself. Well, I landed at a place that looked like a cargo airport, but hey, there was a bus from there to the city center. Pros, the ticket was cheap. Cons, I spent an extra hour on the road to get to the center. What's the prime day to book a ticket? That's a heated debate. Apparently, Tuesdays are better for booking a flight. More specifically, ticket fees at around 1:30 p.m. can be the cheapest. So, if you have plans to buy tickets for your dream vacation, go for a hunt on this specific day and time. There are great websites where you can compare flights and catch the cheapest ones, and I'll get to them soon. But don't ignore the official airline websites. Many of them announce private sales for those loyal customers who directly visit their pages. If your agenda allows you to play with your departure time, do that. Traveling on an early-hour flight generally equals paying less for tickets. To catch a 6 a.m. flight, you have to get up when most of the people in the city are still enjoying their comfy beds. In the early hours, you might have problems with how to get to the airport. Not all public transport works 24 hours. Another problem would be your cat accidentally turning off your alarm. This is why these flights generally come cheaper. The same principle applies to late-night flights too. People generally don't want to fly after midnight, so prices drop accordingly. Look at the bright side. You have more time to wander around once you get to your destination. Flying with a connection is another way. It's a fairly cheap option, especially on longer haul flights. This method has a downside. Your plans can be changed with one word: delay. You might have to say goodbye to your connecting flight. Another thing you can do with connecting flights is to search for flights from the same country. Tourist destinations, megacities, and capitals are generally more expensive. Travel to a smaller city and then depart to your destination. Many of us love cookies, but probably not the ones in our browsers. Staying incognito in the flight searching process will help you get cheaper flights. How? Ticket prices depend on demand, so companies use the data on how many people search for which tickets. Let's say you look for tickets to London and regularly check the airline website to get a good deal. Your data signals that you have shown an interest in particular dates and a location. That's how you see that same flight suddenly gets more expensive. The airline knows that you're likely going to buy it. This can happen even if you refresh your browser. Either stay unidentified or clear your cookies to take yourself out of this situation. Remember I recommended that you visit the airline websites directly? You can also sign up for alerts on price drops. If you think notifications are annoying, even though they are useful, you can follow airlines on socials. Many companies use their social media accounts effectively, and they sometimes give customers some last-minute deals. In some cases, it's convenient to book tickets over the phone. For example, if you're in a group. Be aware though that some airlines add extra fees for completing a booking via a call. It can be as much as $50. You could get a day trip on your vacation with that money instead of spending it on words. If you must complete a booking by call, simply ask the person if they're going to charge you some additional fees for calling. While searching for a ticket, you can pretend you're in a different location. The best option is to change your location to the country you'll visit or the airline's home country. Let's say you'll go to Japan. Booking from the airline's website and changing your location via VPN would be the key to seeing lower prices. I said that I'd get to the flight comparison sites topic, and here I am. These websites are gems for giving you the best fares from several airlines and options. They recommend alternative routes that you haven't considered. Yet again, before clicking the confirm button, take a few seconds to check the airline's website. Booking directly and cutting out the middleman's fee can be a wiser option. The other potential benefit is reliable customer service. With some airlines, booking via a third party will turn this process into a tangled headphone cable like there's no tomorrow. I'll share a strategy for getting an entire row for yourselves. Imagine you're traveling with your BFF. One of you should book the window seat and the other one book the aisle seat. Other passengers will likely go for other seats and avoid the middle seat. This method cannot always work though. If the plane is fully occupied, there'll be some unlucky person in between you. If someone books that middle seat, you can always offer them the aisle or window seat and continue to sit with your BFF. The second option is booking seats in the 13th row. Well, 13 doesn't have a good reputation as it is superstitiously considered unlucky. Chances are, no one else books a seat from this particular number. This one is a gift to you for all your efforts to get the best possible deal. Good job you're in the airport. You're watching your favorite show while waiting for the gate to open. Boom! An hour of free airport Wi-Fi is over. Here's a loophole to double it. Roll back the time on your device. When you change the time zone back an hour, the system won't understand it and it'll allow you to use it for another hour. My 14th point is about safety. Did you know that you shouldn't swap seats before the plane takes off without letting the flight attendant know? This rule applies to changing your seat with a person from a different row, not to the person next to you. This can cause the plane to make an emergency landing. The reason is related to weight and how it's distributed. Every plane has a takeoff weight limit. This number comprises things like fuel, luggage, and passengers. Flight attendants look out for the potential weight distribution. A pilot explains it like this. If you move some seats without asking them, you might cause an imbalance on the plane. If you ask the flight attendants if you want to change seats, they'll let you do it after takeoff. I mean, people get up and move in the plane all the time, so this isn't like you can't change your position at all, but it can be dangerous to do so without confirmation. Here's a fun fact. The black box, as its nickname, is not black. It's bright orange. Flight Data Recorder is its official name, and it's orange so that in case of an accident, the rescue team can spot it easily. Where do you think is the dirtiest place on the aircraft? Not toilets, not seat holders, it's table trays. There are more. The cozy blankets you ask for from the flight attendants aren't so clean either. According to a report, some airlines wash their blankets only once a month. Now that you know the tricks, you can plan your trip at a perfect price and maybe bring your own blanket to the plane. Sit back and enjoy the flight. Good things come to those who wait. Let's face it, airports can be pretty annoying. But the most annoying thing about them is probably having to take the laptop out of your backpack and put it in a separate bin while going through the security check. But, of course, they wouldn't make us do those extra moves if there wasn't a good reason for it. Laptops are dense, and X-rays can't penetrate them, so it's easy to hide something dangerous there. If the device is out and on its own in a separate bin, it's easier for the scanners to capture something dangerous. Most airplanes are white. Is there a benefit to choosing this exact color? No, white paint doesn't make a place feel lighter. Neither does it save money on painting. Here are the actual reasons for the choice: safety, efficiency, and comfort. The first airplanes had a metallic color, but the problem with metal is that it's prone to corrosion. so painting it is a great way to protect an airplane from corrosion. White is favored for several reasons. First, planes fly high above the clouds and are exposed to sunlight a lot. White is the color that absorbs the least heat, and white planes get heated less. Also, sunlight makes the paint fade away. A colorful airplane will have its paint fade very fast and will require repainting. And repainting is costly, so painting aircraft white is a more lasting choice. Also, any damage is more easily noticed on a white surface. So that's one more point for the white color. We always board from the left side of the plane, every single time, no exceptions. For some reason, the right side just doesn't seem to be an option. Yes, that's done on purpose. First, the captain usually sits on the left. This way, it's easier for the pilot to align the plane with the terminal jet bridge. Also, aircraft are fueled and loaded with baggage on the right side. Since people board the plane from the left, the crew can do their job undisturbed, and there's no danger to passengers. Consistency with the choice of a side helps to make everything work more effectively. Since everyone always enters from the left, all jet bridges are designed to get attached to the left side of the airplane. If every airplane had the freedom to choose the side, it would create an additional mess for the logistics behind the process. There are more questions popping up, like what does this black triangle drawn above one of the windows mean? Apparently, it marks the seat from which the view of the airplane's wing is the best. It's needed for the crew to find the spot as fast as possible if, in case of an emergency, they need to inspect the engines, slats, or flaps. This mark saves a lot of time. Next, the rows aren't well aligned with the windows. This is business. Originally, all planes are designed with rows and windows lining up perfectly. But when an airline buys a jet, they add some additional seats, squeezing them closer together. This way, they have more seats, which means more passengers, so they can sell more tickets. But you get less space for your legs and might miss out on a window. Also, all windows have rounded corners, and this is done for safety reasons. There used to be planes with squared windows, but those caused crashes because such windows couldn't withstand high-altitude pressures. At high altitudes, external atmospheric pressure is lower than the pressure inside the cabin. So, there's a big difference in pressure inside and outside the airplane, and this creates stress. Without windows, this stress flows smoothly through the material. A squared window becomes an obstacle, and the flow of stress needs to change direction. The pressure builds up in the corners, leading to cracks. As a result, such windows break. Oval windows allow the stress to flow more smoothly without disrupting them too much and preventing stress concentration. So, oval windows are safer. The glass used in production is stretched acrylic glass, and there are 3 separate panes of it. This is done as a security measure in case there is a breach. This way, at least one pane will remain intact at all times. Have you ever noticed those small holes in the windows? The tiny hole is actually only in the pane that's in the middle. Its task is to regulate the huge pressure difference inside and outside the cabin. This way, the outer pane can handle the load. If the outer pane breaks, the middle one, even though there's a hole in it, will be able to keep the window intact. Also, that hole prevents the windows from fogging up. Now, let's say you want to relax and watch a movie. Luckily, there's a pair of headphones. But they're weird. They have a 2-pronged plug. No, this is not some kind of advanced technology. This is a witty move to prevent theft. If you can't use them anywhere else but on the airplane, no one will have the urge to snatch them away. Outside the airplane, they're basically useless. And then they bring food. There are people who love airplane food and people who aren't very fond of it. But most will agree that food does taste different in the air. Turns out, it's actually a thing. Low air pressure, lack of humidity, and background noise that we have at high altitudes change the functioning of our taste buds. They become less sensitive to sweet and salty foods, so airlines have to use more seasoning. Have you ever wondered what would happen if someone opened an airplane door accidentally? This wouldn't end well. It would be very dangerous to say the least. More specifically, soon there would be a lack of oxygen in the cabin. But gladly, no one can open that door accidentally. The pressure difference between inside and outside makes it almost impossible. It would take some immense strength to open it. The doors are designed to open on their own in case of an emergency. Speaking of safety, during takeoff and landing, the crew dims the light in the cabin. This is done for a good reason. This way, in case of emergency, you will see everything more clearly. Your eyes will get used to the darkness, and you'll have an easier time evacuating. Now, about pilots. They always wear those cool sunglasses, but the purpose is not to look cooler. They're used to protect the eyes. Throughout their career, pilots have to take care of their vision, but the problem is that it's not an easy task when you're a pilot. The damaging solar radiation that our sun emits is filtered out by the Earth's atmosphere, so the sunlight isn't very damaging to you if you spend most of your time on the ground. But it's different up in the sky. There's less air there, and the brightness is way higher. And with every 1,000 feet of elevation, the solar radiation is around 5% stronger. On average, aircraft fly at an altitude of 35,000 feet. This means that the amount of UV radiation is 175% greater than on the ground. This is very damaging to any person's vision. The large amount of time pilots spend in the air makes them vulnerable to different eye problems. And having eye problems can cost a pilot their career. So, wearing sunglasses is a crucial thing for them, and these sunglasses must be of the best quality. They should minimize the impact of sunlight and withstand UV rays, providing 100% protection for the eyes. Also, they can't be polarized, since polarization can mess with the perception of the cockpit displays. They should provide the best clarity, decrease eye fatigue, and minimize color deformation, so that pilots can see just like they would without their sunglasses on. Airplanes are unanimously accepted as the world's safest transport. The chances of a crash are super slim, but sometimes you don't even need to board it to say goodbye to your friends and family forever. In Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport, someone lost their life after being literally sucked into the running engine of a plane. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines shared the details, revealing that the unfortunate incident involved a plane scheduled to fly to Denmark. KLM confirmed that during a routine operation, a person found themselves in the path of a running aircraft engine, leading to a fatal outcome. They also mentioned they're offering support to the passengers and staff who witnessed the horrifying event. As of now, there's been no word on who the victim was or whether they were a passenger, an airport employee, or just someone nearby. But what we need to learn from this tragic incident is that it's essential to keep a great distance from the turbine. Yeah, traveling is not only about relaxation and positive emotions. It can be about ultimate danger, and even the simplest actions can put your life at risk. I won't make it long. Just remember one thing. Never, ever pose for photos in proximity to the rocks. A 20-year-old guy named Roni Joshua Simanjutak was swept out to sea by a huge wave while trying to snap some vacation pics with his friends. They were all just hanging out on the beach in East Java, Indonesia, when Roni decided it would be a good idea to take a picture with the crashing waves at Kedung Tumpang Beach. Things started off pretty chill. The water was calm, and some of his friends were swimming near the massive rocks. But then, out of nowhere, the calm waters turned chaotic. As Roni poses for the camera, a massive wave suddenly rises behind him. It hits him hard, knocking him down onto the rocks and dragging him into the rough surf. At first, some onlookers laugh as he stumbles, but that quickly changes when he disappears under the water. Later in the video, the person filming zooms in on something floating away, which people believe might be Roni. It's a gut-wrenching sight, as it appears to be his body being pulled out to sea. Authorities were looking for him for some time, yet all was in vain. The waves measured between 6.5 and 14 feet, making the rescue efforts really tough, according to a spokesperson from Indonesia's National Search and Rescue Agency. In October 2024, Roni was still missing. Ew, what's that? Not gonna lie, this flesh-resembling spot looks disgusting, at least to me. It's a lion's mane jellyfish, and not only does it look off, but it's also terribly dangerous. One touch can get you into serious trouble. Now, don't get too scared. You're unlikely to see this anywhere except for Australia. Lion's mane jellyfish are among the largest in the world, with some growing over a meter wide and having tentacles that can stretch over 32 feet. These jellyfish can deliver a sting that brings instant pain, although it's not life-threatening. Scientists claim that while lion's manes aren't the most toxic jellyfish out there, their sting can certainly hurt, especially for kids. Also, when traveling to exotic locations, make sure to keep your ears open, especially if you know there are volcanoes nearby. The pulsating sound can tell you beforehand that there's a volcano ready to erupt. A couple's trip to Iceland took an unexpected turn when they had to evacuate Blue Lagoon due to a volcano warning. They thought they were in for a relaxing day at the famous spa when the alarms suddenly went off because of nearby volcanic activity. When the couple checked in, the staff warned them about a possible eruption and told them to gather their things if they heard alarms, but they figured it was just a precaution. So, when the alarm actually sounded, the couple was completely taken aback. There was smoke, lava, ashes. They saw it all, and they even managed to share a video on TikTok, which got 9.3 million views. Thankfully, they made it back to their cruise ship. The couple was on an epic Royal Caribbean cruise that stopped in Iceland as part of a 9-month global journey. Good news, according to the travelers, the staff at Blue Lagoon made the evacuation quick and calm, so they're real professionals. The eruption happened on August 22, 2024, on the Reykjanes Peninsula and marked the 6th volcanic event in the area since December. Now, I know that water is life, but not all forms of life are friendly. Some of them can be pretty hostile. A swimmer had a super chill run-in with a giant eel while taking a dip off the coast of Jupiter, Florida. So what should you do if you see one? Just back up. Don't get too excited or nervous. Just back up without drawing too much attention to you. The eel in question wasn't being aggressive at all. It was just curious. But in general, moray eels, and that's the one they saw, can bite if startled. Thankfully, their bites aren't lethal. But anyways, who wants to be bitten in the middle of a peaceful swim? Boy, look at that! This lady's feet are purple. If you wonder how this is related to trips, well, that's simple. The lady got her feet and ankles like that during her trip to Mexico, and this looks by no means healthy. So what exactly happened to her? Initially, she thought it was just a bad sunburn, but nope. It turned out to be a severe allergic reaction. These can throw a wrench in your vacation plans, so make sure to pack a health kit with all the needed meds, especially those that might be hard to find where you're going. When traveling, it's also smart to be cautious about what you eat. Contaminated food or drinks can lead to some pretty unpleasant issues. The main tip here is to stick to hot foods, which are usually safe, as well as packaged snacks and bottled or canned drinks. You should keep an eye on both your health and your belongings while traveling, because even the rich and famous get robbed easily. The 2024 Paris Olympics grabbed attention not just for the sports, but also for a high-profile theft that left a Qatari princess empty-handed when her pricey Hermes Birkin bags went missing. This incident, reported by French media, happened on July 28 while she was traveling on a TGV train from Nice to Paris, getting ready for the Olympics. Al-Mayasa bint Hamad Al Thani, who is either the Emir of Qatar's sister-in-law or sister, lost her stash of luxury bags, which were said to be filled with diamonds and expensive watches. She was traveling with just her maid and no security, which raised eyebrows about her safety measures for such valuable items. After realizing the bags were gone, staff on the train tried to help, stopping for about 20 minutes at the Toulon station to look for them, but they came up empty. Authorities believe the thief might have escaped in Toulon, and the local criminal court is launching an investigation. French officials were tight-lipped about the investigation, and there were no updates on the value of the stolen items. Meanwhile, the French National Railway Company reminded everyone that they aren't responsible for lost or stolen belongings. It's up to passengers to keep an eye on their stuff. A travel influencer had quite the jaw-dropping experience when he stumbled upon what he dubbed a Jurassic Park dinosaur, chilling in his hotel pool during a trip to Bali. He captured in a video a massive reptile making itself at home in his pool in Kangu. The influencer in question, Daniel Thomason from Norway, later found out it was actually a water lizard related to the Komodo dragon, but significantly smaller and less dangerous. He was shocked to learn it was just a baby, since the adults can grow up to 6.5 feet long. Komodo dragons are the largest lizards on the planet, mostly found on Komodo Island and a few nearby areas in Indonesia. They can grow up to 10 feet long and weigh around 300 pounds. Tires on the landing gear don't burst because they're designed for a load that's 4 to 5 times as great as they experience during landing. The wheel itself might break, but the tire won't burst. This little tip based on people's psychology can help you choose the fastest line at the airport. If there are several lines at check-in, opt for the left one. It's believed that you'll get to the counter more quickly this way. Most people are right-handed and intuitively choose the right side. Your skin usually becomes a bit dry during the flight. This happens because of low humidity levels in the cabin. Bring a good moisturizer with you to keep your skin hydrated on board. Do you know that airplane pilots always eat different meals before a flight? This way, if one of them gets food poisoning, the other will be able to take control of the plane. Airplane tray tables are some of the dirtiest surfaces in the cabin, so make sure to wash your hands frequently. And clean that table with an antibacterial wipe to get rid of all those bacteria living there. If you're sitting in an aisle seat, you can have more space to stretch your legs out. Just push the button on the underside of the outermost armrest. This will move the armrest up, giving you more space for your legs and preventing the armrest from jabbing into your side. Here's a reason why they turn the lights off in the cabin. Passengers need to get used to the darkness in case an emergency landing happens at night. This way, their eyes are already used to the absence of light, which makes it easier to evacuate. Flight attendants ask you to open window shades so they can see what's happening outside. This way, they can choose the best way to evacuate passengers in case of an emergency. Almost all passenger planes are white, since this color best reflects the sun's rays and prevents the plane from heating up. Another good reason is that white paint is cheaper. Also, workers and engineers can easily notice any damage on a white surface. It's better to avoid making important decisions during a flight. Your brain doesn't get enough oxygen at such heights. This negatively affects its functioning. Chewing gum, hard candies, and mints can help you to avoid this annoying ear popping during takeoff and landing, but not because of the candy itself. You feel better thanks to the process of swallowing. Yawning helps too. As for the gum, it also helps get rid of that bad breath caused by the thin air at high altitudes, which pulls moisture right out of your body. Dry air can make you feel as if you're coming down with a cold. The air in the cabin dries out your nose and throat as if you have symptoms of a cold. These symptoms usually go away right after landing. The water they use to make coffee and tea on board isn't always clean enough. Yeah, many companies use very good water filters now, but still, it's better to ask for bottled water if you're thirsty. That tiny triangle on the aircraft wall over your seat means a lot for flight attendants. These triangles mark the windows through which you can see flashing indicators. Those signal the retraction of the landing gears and the closing of the flaps. Let's say the pilots find out there's some problem. In that case, a flight attendant rushes to the necessary window to check what's happening. But for passengers, this is just the best place for photos, since you can see the wings perfectly. Seats in the middle of the cabin above the wings are the best for you if you have motion sickness. This area is more balanced and shakes the least during turbulence. If you tend to get nervous during the flight, do some physical exercise not long before boarding the plane. A little workout helps lower your stress levels and makes your body release endorphins, the happiness hormones. Also, this physical activity compensates for the hours you spend sitting still. The turbines are located under the wings since this makes it cheaper, faster, and easier to service the engines. Previously, they used to be placed in the tail. It required expensive equipment and much more time to repair. When they started installing the engines below the wings, ticket prices went down. Imagine you're flying in a hot air balloon. See the burner system installed under the gas bag, also called the envelope? It heats the air inside, which makes the balloon go up. So, turbulence is the same hot air but created by nature. When the air heats up, it rises a plane. When it becomes cooler, the aircraft goes down. And passengers feel as if they're riding a roller coaster. A stream of hot air left by another plane can also cause turbulence. It's common for most flights, but usually, turbulence is so light that passengers don't feel it. Do you know that planes can fly even after one engine fails? Pilots can control such emergency situations and land the aircraft safely. Passengers may feel a slight tilt during the flight, but in most cases, they don't even know the plane is flying with only one engine. Your eyes get oxygen straight from the air. It's not delivered by the blood. So your eyes can feel somewhat dry during the flight. Put eye drops in your bag. They'll help you keep your eyes moist. It's forbidden to carry large volumes of liquids on board because some hazardous substances can easily dissolve in water. If a plane has to land on water, its wings become a life-saving pillow. Empty fuel tanks help the aircraft stay afloat too. By the way, it can be from 10 minutes to 60 hours before the plane sinks. It all depends on the model, weather conditions, and the pilot's skills. Those smiling flight attendants you meet when you get into the cabin usually hide their hands behind their backs. They're counting people entering the plane to make sure that all passengers are on board. Despite all the words people say about airplane food, it's not actually so bad. The problem is your sense of taste. It's not so acute since the air in the cabin makes your mouth dry. It also dulls your sense of smell. That's why airlines add a lot of spices and salt to their meals. Is it true that your hair grows faster during the flight? Not really. Scientists haven't managed to prove it. This myth appeared in the first part of the 20th century when some passengers noticed that their stubble had grown longer during the flight. It's normal for people to get headaches during the flight, especially right after takeoff. You climb to an altitude higher than Mount Everest within about 10 minutes. These changes happen too fast for your body to adjust. Seatbelts on planes stretch across your stomach to save you from getting slammed against the ceiling in case of turbulence. When it happens, the aircraft starts moving up and down, and your waist belt holds you securely. And seatbelts in cars protect people from horizontal collisions. Airplanes have special protection from lightning. Even if it strikes, passengers won't feel it. Planes are covered with an aluminum coating that conducts electric current, but doesn't let it get inside the plane. Electronics and fuel tanks also have extra protection. Plane seats are so uncomfortable because airlines try to fit the maximum number of passengers on the plane. That's why there's so little space between seats. 2 additional rows means 12 more passengers. Also, companies make airplane seats lighter to save on fuel costs. Even seemingly insignificant extra weight can cost an airline thousands of dollars. And, by the way, your seat has a fire-resistant coating. It's necessary to prevent a fire from spreading in case of an accident. Airport workers transport unclaimed luggage to special centers. If the owner doesn't show up within 3 months, the baggage is put up for sale in specialized stores. You couldn't use your phone on an airplane in the past, since cell phones were really dangerous for navigation. Their radio signals could disrupt the settings in aircraft electronics. Oxygen masks fall down not only during strong turbulence, but also when the air pressure inside the cabin changes dramatically. Passengers are okay if they put on their oxygen masks, but in such cases are considered to be an emergency, and pilots do their best to quickly go down to a safe altitude so that passengers can breathe without oxygen masks. Are the letters SSSS on your boarding pass a reason to worry? What's much more dangerous than turbulence? Should you really be the first to board the plane? You're about to figure it out. You might have noticed that most planes have blue seats. There's no mystery here. Airlines opt for this color because it's considered to have a calming effect. This color supposedly puts passengers at ease and helps even the most nervous flyers to relax. But there's also another, more practical reason. Stains, dirt, and scrapes are less visible on dark blue fabric. Never throw your boarding pass away in a public place. It contains tons of your sensitive information, including your name and frequent flyer number. This, in turn, may allow someone else to check your future bookings, change your seat, or even cancel your flights. So the best way to deal with the boarding pass for a flight you've already boarded is to take it home and feed it through a paper shredder. By the way, if you ever see the letters SSSS or S on your boarding pass, get ready for additional security checks. Instead of these letters, there may be a checkerboard pattern. Anyway, if you have any of these marks, your carry-on luggage can also undergo a thorough inspection. Why might they choose you for secondary screening? Some of the criteria are making a one-way reservation or paying cash for your ticket. In some cases, the selection is absolutely random. Look, your gate is open and the boarding is started. Wait, where are you running? There's no need to hurry. The trick experienced Globetrotters use is always board last. For one thing, you don't have to waste time standing in line. Then, there are fewer people on the jetway and in the aisle, and you spend less time on the plane. No one is going to take your seat anyway. There's one exception though. If you have a bulky carry-on bag, it may make more sense not to board last. Otherwise, the chances are high that all the overhead bin space will be occupied by the time you reach your seat. And then your bag may end up in another part of the plane, and you'll have to wait till the other passengers disembark before you get to your luggage. Duh! Before takeoff and landing, flight attendants usually flip a small switch on the bathroom door. This prevents it from flying open when it's not supposed to. With the same ease, a flight attendant can open the door when someone is inside. Look, they only need to lift the lavatory sign and move the knob into the unlocked position. Pilots don't worry about turbulence. That's because they know that there is a thing way more dangerous than any turbulence. It's an updraft. In most cases, turbulence only drops you a couple of feet down, even though it might feel as if you're falling from the top of the Empire State Building. If the turbulence is strong enough for the pilots to ask flight attendants to sit down, the plane can go 10 to 20 feet down. The most extreme white-knuckle turbulence is super rare. But an updraft is a big air mass, part of a storm or some other weather phenomenon, moving upwards. Pilots don't see updrafts on their radars at night, and when a plane hits one, it feels like driving over a huge speed bump at 500 miles per hour. An updraft is also extremely treacherous because it can push an aircraft upward to dangerous altitudes. Modern planes have a special system that detects other aircraft, mountains, and different solid objects in their path. 10 miles away from another plane, and a voice in the cockpit starts chanting, "Traffic, traffic." 5 miles closer, and the same voice begins to give pilots the directions. Airplanes can operate with one engine, even during takeoff and landing. Both engines failing simultaneously is almost unheard of, but even then, a plane wouldn't drop from the sky like a rock. Pilots would have up to 20 minutes to find a suitable place to land. The way the cabin is pressurized has a great effect on your taste buds. You lose up to 30% of your ability to taste sweet and salty things. In other words, it's not that airplane food isn't tasty, you just don't feel its flavor. That's also the main reason why airline catering companies add extra salt and spices to the dishes they cook. But you know what may help you? Noise-canceling earphones. For some reason, that probably has a scientific explanation. Cutting off all that noise around can help your taste buds. Each of those dings you hear during the flight has its own meaning. In most airlines, a boing soon after takeoff indicates that the landing gear is getting retracted. 3 dings in a row means more urgency than just one. A high-low ringtone informs crew members that their colleague needs them in another part of the plane. 3 low chimes means some serious turbulence ahead. Crew members are supposed to put away meal carts, take their seats, and fasten their seatbelts. If you're a nervous flyer, pick a seat in the middle of the cabin. Turbulence mostly affects the front and rear parts of the cabin. The middle section, which is over the wings, doesn't shake so much. Pilots and co-pilots eat different meals. The reason for this precaution is very simple. Imagine both pilots having the same dish and getting food poisoning. In this case, neither of them will be able to control the plane. If they still want to have the same dish and won't agree to have anything else, there's a safety net. Pilots don't have their meals at the same time. If one pilot ate the dish and still feels okay several hours later, the other pilot can brave their meal as well. What would you say when asked about the filthiest place on a plane? Nope, that's not the toilet seat. It's not even in the bathroom. Flight attendants warn that you should be particularly careful with headrests, seat pockets, tray tables, and seat belts. Experiments have shown that 1/3 of all seat belts have yeast and mold on them. Most tray tables are covered with bacteria. Seat pockets are extremely filthy too, but headrests are the dirtiest of them all. In most cases, flight attendants don't have enough time to change or disinfect them in between flights. If your captain announces they're finishing some paperwork, it means they're busy revising the flight itinerary or waiting for the ground staff to prepare the flight logbook. That's a journal that contains the official record of a journey. Some places, especially those flying long distances, have secret bedrooms for crew members to catch some shut-eye. These bedrooms, called crew rest compartments, are located either at the back of the plane or behind the cockpit. Such a compartment can have up to 10 comfortable beds where flight attendants can have a rest. Plane windows are made of super strong plexiglass that can easily cope with high speeds. And the window panes are shaped in a special way so that the high pressure inside the cabin pushes them against the aircraft body. In other words, plane windows are very unlikely to get broken. Once upon a time, plane windows were square, but the pressure built up in the corners of such windows, making them ultimate weak spots. This means that each square window had 4 weak spots. This made them likely to crash under the enormous stress of high altitudes. Luckily, making airplane windows curved solved this problem once and forever. Such a shape distributes the pressure and reduces the likelihood of cracks or any other damage. Planes regularly get struck by lightning, at least once a year or once per 1,000 hours of flight time. These days, it's totally safe. The electric charge simply runs through the aircraft's aluminum shell. It doesn't cause the plane any damage. But did you know that airplanes not only get hit by lightning, but they also trigger it? When an aircraft is flying through a cloud, the friction between its fuselage and the air creates static electricity. Sometimes it can cause lightning.
You're chilling in Hawaii, on the island of Oahu. A friend calls you up. Hey, I'm here too. Meet me in Maui. Great, but how do you get there? Your first thought is probably to take a ferry, but that's impossible. Hawaii is a pretty unique place. It's the most expensive state to live in. It has its own official language besides English. And it's the only American state made up entirely of islands. Hawaii has a total of 137 islands. 8 are the main ones, but only 6 are open to tourists. And the distance between those islands is probably bigger than you'd expect. For example, traveling from Oahu to the Big Island is around 185 miles, which is about the same distance as Chicago to Indianapolis. You might be surprised that you can't make that trip by boat. In fact, the only ferry system that actually takes passengers in Hawaii runs between Maui and Lanai. That's it. So your only option is to travel between islands is by plane. Honestly, it's a little surprising, especially considering how many people visit Hawaii every year. Tourism pretty much drives their economy, and in the first 8 months of 2024 alone, over 6 million people visited its beautiful beaches. Knowing that, we would expect Hawaii to set up a good ferry system to make it easier for visitors to get around. Just like in Greece. This would probably boost tourism even more, bringing more money to the state. But believe me, authorities and private companies also know that. In fact, they've already tried it. Ferries were a big way of getting around in Hawaii from the 19th century up until the 1950s. Since then, there have been a few attempts to bring back a ferry service, but unfortunately, they have all failed. One of the biggest attempts was the Hawaii Super Ferry, which aimed to provide a fast, affordable boat service between islands. It could carry almost 900 passengers and even allow them to bring their own cars along. The trial run started in 2007, and people were excited, but it turned into a big fiasco. A bunch of legal and environmental issues came up, like concerns about the impact on marine life, especially whales. The courts decided the ferry didn't go through the proper environmental reviews, and that caused a lot of trouble. By 2009, after tons of protests and setbacks, they had to shut it down. If a project like this comes up again, it will probably fail one more time. And there are a few reasons why it's almost impossible to set up a regular ferry system there. Let's start by talking about Hawaii's rough waters. They are deep and wild. Take the Alenoiaha Channel, for example. It's a 30-mile stretch that separates Maui from the Big Island. Its name means Great Billow Smashing Channel, and it lives up to that. It's over 6,000 feet deep, making it one of the most dangerous stretches of water on Earth. The wind there is also super strong, the fastest in Hawaii's coastal waters. But it's not any easier in the rest of the archipelago. The whole region gets hit by storms from the Pacific up north, sending big waves crashing into the islands and making the waters rough and unpredictable. Swells can come from 3, 4, or even more directions, making the sea feel really choppy. Someone who's not used to taking ferry boats would definitely find that, well, uncomfortable, to say the least. To deal with rough seas like this, the ferries have to be really big and strong. But that also makes them more expensive and harder to run than the ones in places like Alaska or Washington State. Another reason it's so tough to set up this system today has to do with marine life. A big ship moving through the shallower waters when docking could really damage the local ecosystem. And there's also the problem that the sea routes are also the migration paths of many sea animals, like humpback whales and spinner dolphins. Not to mention, ferry services can make it easier to spread harmful plants and animals, what experts call invasive species. See, Hawaii's ecosystem is super unique because it's been isolated out in the middle of the Pacific. When we talk about plants and animals that are native to Hawaii, we mean they got there on their own, no humans involved. They arrived with the help of waves, wind, or even birds flying over. But events like these are super rare, so for over 70 million years, their plants and animals didn't have to deal with outside competition. That's made them really fragile. So, when new species get brought in by us, it can be a big problem, and they could end up harming the environment. Hawaii's already been battling invasive species like fire ants, coqui frogs, and meconium, a fast-growing plant from South America that takes over native forests. People there worry that ferries, which carry cars and cargo between islands, could accidentally spread these invaders even more. Like we mentioned at the beginning of the video, the long distances between their lands don't really help either. For example, if you were to travel from Oahu to the Big Island of Hawaii by boat, it would take around 30 hours, and that's without any stops. The same trip by plane takes about 50 minutes. Ferries that cover long distances are much more expensive, so they need a much bigger demand to make them profitable. On top of that, the state doesn't really have the infrastructure, like enough ports and terminals to support the operations. So setting up new routes is pretty much out of the question. Airplanes, on the other hand, are a different story. The air travel industry in Hawaii is already well established and super competitive. That means flying is still the most practical option in Hawaii. Planes are quick, they don't make you seasick, and are pretty affordable, usually costing around $100 for a round trip. Okay, but what do the locals think about all this? Well, apparently, there isn't a huge demand for residents to commute between the islands all that often. Oahu is the busiest island in Hawaii, with about 70% of the state's population living there. It is where Honolulu, the capital, is located, and where most of the state's business happens. So, people from the other islands usually come over for a specific doctor's appointment or to catch a big concert. And that might happen once or twice a year, no more than that. So, even if people could choose between taking a ferry and a plane for these special occasions, most of them would probably still prefer flying. There are plenty of options between the main island airports. Planes usually start flying around 5 in the morning, and there are flights available every hour until the last one, which is usually at 9 in the evening. If you've been dreaming of going to this paradisiacal place but are worried about spending too much on plane tickets, I have some tips for you. First off, keep in mind that visiting all the main islands in 5 days or less is way too ambitious. So, if you don't have much time to spend there, think about your priorities. Each of the 6 islands open to tourists has its own vibe and activities. But you don't need to visit them all in one trip, and you can save some money by sticking to fewer islands. You can still explore the diversity of the islands by picking 2 that offer a nice contrast to each other. For example, while Oahu has that bustling city energy, Kauai has a much more relaxed vibe. Also, flights in the morning are usually cheaper, and it might be better to fly on a weekday rather than the weekend, although the price difference isn't usually huge. Hopefully these tips will save you some cash while still having an unforgettable island hopping adventure in Hawaii. Don't forget to share this video with a friend who's also dreaming of exploring these amazing islands.
Different cultures have unique ways of counting. For instance, in some parts of the world, people typically begin counting with their thumb and end with their pinky. In contrast, others start with their index finger and end with their thumb. Some people begin with their pinky, and sometimes they can even start by extending their fingers in an open palm before drawing them in to form a closed fist. Alright, now let's take a little test counting from 1 to 5. You're gonna show me the numbers with your fingers, and I'll tell you what culture your gestures belong to. Let's go. Show me 1. If you show it with your index finger, you're probably either from the US or from China, because this gesture is typical in these countries. If you show 1 with your thumb, hey, what part of Europe are you from? In many European countries such as Germany, Spain, France, Italy, and the UK, people use their thumbs to show 1. Hey, and what about number 2? If your number looks like V and you use your index and middle finger for that, you probably belong to the American or Chinese culture. If you use your index finger and a thumb, you're likely European. Number 3 is shown differently in various cultures too. While people in China and the US use ring, middle, and index fingers to do that, people in Europe use their thumbs, index, and middle fingers. For number 4, there are not so many options. People in different parts of the world use all fingers except for the thumb to show the number 4. Same with number 5, we just show all the fingers we have. But there's a unique place in the world where everything's a bit upside down. Nope, I'm not talking about Australia. When it comes to hand gestures, it's Japan that leaves us mind-boggled. You see, while most people usually show their fingers to manifest a certain number, the Japanese do the opposite thing. The number they manifest is the number of fingers they bend. Look at this gesture. The only finger bent here is the thumb, and it might be like 4 to you. For the Japanese, it's 1. And here you can see that a thumb and an index finger are bent, which means it's 2. Then you add a middle finger bent to show 3, a bent ring finger to show 4, and to show 5, all you need to do is to show your fist. Crazy! But it's not over. In India, people use the lines between finger segments to count, with each digit representing 4 numbers and the whole hand representing 20. In some Bantu-speaking regions of Eastern Africa, such as Tanzania, people use both hands symmetrically to count as much as possible. For example, they use the index, middle, and ring fingers of both hands to represent 6. Additionally, the northern Pame people of Mexico count on their knuckles, while the now extinct Yuki language in California use the spaces between the fingers for counting. Knowing how to count in different cultures is cool, but remember that at any time you visit a new country, you must be super cautious about your gestures. Something that may seem sweet and innocent in your culture may be terribly insulting in another culture. Like, is there anything bad about thumbs up? Turns out, it might mean a pretty nasty thing in Iran. Yeah, if you show thumbs up as a sign of appreciation there, you risk being misunderstood. However, most people will surely understand that you're just a tourist trying to be nice, so they won't hold a grudge against you. Pointing something with your index finger isn't really a sign of good manners, but in Malaysia, it's especially rude. So if you want to show something with your finger there, use your thumb, preferably the right thumb to play it safe. Be super careful when you want to ask someone to come up to you in Asia, especially in the Philippines. An innocent gesture like "come here" can be misinterpreted in Asia and even lead to an arrest if used to beckon someone in the Philippines. So you'd better use these gestures there for dogs only. Even looking at your watch may be easily misinterpreted depending on the country which you do that in. While it's okay to do that in Europe or the US, however, some people might still get offended. It's a big no in the Middle East. A conversation there must have its natural course, and you can't just abruptly end it in the middle if you're running out of time. Another innocent gesture that has the dark side is the OK sign. In English-speaking countries, people interpret it positively, but if you do that in Latin America or France, it will be extremely rude. People in New Zealand use this sign to indicate that someone is lazy, and in Australia, the OK sign means 0. Well, I'm not surprised. Even basic communication, like nodding for yes and shaking your head for no, can be reversed in certain regions, in countries like Albania and Bulgaria. Gestures can mean separate things, notions, and reactions, but they make an important part of languages too. I'm speaking Italian. Sure thing, there are more than enough words in this beautiful language to express whatever you want, but you can spice it up with some gestures. I mean, there are even emojis of Italian origin, like this one. By the way, do you know what it means? Seems like it gets misinterpreted on social media. Well, the pinched fingers mean, "What do you want?" Some extra meaning got added later, and today, people use it on social media to discuss anything Italian, or they can show that they're impressed by something by using this emoji too. In Italian, if you bring together the index finger of both hands and then tap them together, it means that you're talking about two people, or even two things that get along. This one's pretty convenient, huh? Instead of saying you two are getting along, you can simply tap your fingers together. Also, the Italian gesture can help you substitute not only your emotions, but even nouns. Look here, this sign means money. Yeah, you can learn the Italian word soldi, which is money. But you can rub your thumb and index finger and middle finger together and get the very same meaning. So as you can see, gesturing can be pretty cool and help season your basic conversation. However, actions speak louder than words. Do you see what I'm driving at? Well, that gesture seasoning actually is something more important than what you say. According to research, about 80 to 90% of the idea you want to convey lies in the non-verbal part of it. Here's why the so-called body language is so important. Despite many cultural differences, facial expressions such as anger, happiness, sadness, disgust, surprise, and fear are universal throughout the world. However, non-verbal behaviors like eye contact can vary greatly between cultures. In the United States, eye contact is seen as respectful, but in some Middle Eastern and Asian cultures, it's avoided to prevent inappropriate romantic interest or social discomfort. So, to understand people better, we need both to listen to them and to read their body language. There's even such a thing as EQ. Do not mix it up with IQ. EQ is emotional intelligence, and it's linked to the ability to read other people's body language and express yourself better. Some scientists claim that gestures can help increase the value of our message by 60%. So in case you're having a hard time trying to manifest something, you gotta try to introduce more gestures to your speaking routine. There was an experiment evaluating TED Talkers. The least popular ones had 272 hand gestures during the 18-minute talk. Guess how many gestures the most popular speakers used? About 465. That's almost double. Yeah, it might seem that this number is super high and those people didn't stop waving their hands. I mean, 18 minutes is 1,080 seconds, and it turns out that they made a gesture almost every 2 seconds. But it worked.
That little yellow hook you can see from the airplane's window if you're sitting next to the wing is there to help you in case of an emergency landing. Inflatable slides can only be deployed from the emergency exit doors in the front and the tail of the plane. In the middle, the passengers would have to walk right out on the wing and get to the ground from there. But jumping from the plane wing isn't safe because it's just too high. And here's where those little yellow hooks come in handy. The flight attendants tie ropes from the doors and through the loops for the passengers to hold onto. This way, everyone can safely get to the ground without injuries. Now, you want to try to avoid cozying up under airplane blankets. Some airlines only wash them about once a month. Better use your own travel blanket, a scarf, or a jacket. And always remember to wear your shoes while walking around the plane. That carpet on the floor can't and won't be cleaned to perfection between flights. It's just too much time and effort for the cabin crew. The dirtiest place on a plane isn't the bathroom. It's your tray table. It has 8 times more bacteria than an onboard toilet flush button. Now, in case of emergency, oxygen masks only have enough airflow to last for about 15 minutes. Luckily, it's just the amount of time a plane needs to find a suitable landing place or to at least descend to the altitude where people won't need oxygen masks anymore. You may wonder why you're asked to lift your seat back and close your tray table before takeoff and landing, but it's for your own safety. A reclined seat is comfy for you, but it makes it harder for the passenger behind you to get out of their seat, which is crucial in case of an emergency. The lower tray table is the same way, only this time it's you who won't be able to stand up fast enough if anything happens. Besides, the tray table prevents you from assuming the secure position in the event of an emergency landing. This position requires you to bend over in your seat, put your head between your knees, and cover the back of your head with your hands. Imagine doing that while your tray table is open. If you look around the cabin, you'll notice little black or red triangles around the midsection of the plane. These stickers let the flight attendants know where the airplane wings are located, so they can immediately look out the right window to see if something is amiss outside. You shouldn't lower the window shades while taking off, taxiing, or landing for 2 reasons. First, the flight attendants must always be able to monitor the situation outside, and open shades help them with that, obviously. Second, if something's gone wrong on board the plane while it's on the ground, for example, a fire, the ground crews won't be able to see it and evaluate the situation before going in unless the windows are open. That tiny hole you see at the bottom of any airplane window isn't there to scare you nuts. In fact, it helps keep the pressure from the inside and the outside of the window equalized. The hole itself is only made in the second layer of glass, and there are 3 of them overall, which also helps with security, by the way. Even if the outer glass breaks, there will still be 2 more to keep you safe. Now, you might see flight attendants touching the overhead compartments while they're walking along the aisle, but that's not exactly what they do. Right beneath the compartments, there's usually a handrail that goes all the way through the cabin, so you can also use this trick to stay firmer on your feet in the aisle. The pilots dim the lights in the cabin during nighttime, not for you to get cozy and sleepy. Our eyes have a hard time adjusting to darkness in the first few minutes of sudden lights out. And in the case of emergency, every second matters. So the lights get dimmed to let you get used to darkness in case something happens and you have to act fast. Pay attention to the aisle floor too. If there's an emergency landing at night, there will be 2 luminescent strips along the aisle showing you the way to the exit. Follow them to get safely out of the plane. Flight attendants also suggest counting the seats between you and the emergency exit once you're seated. This will help you navigate in case there's no other guidance available. If a lightning bolt hits the plane, the passengers won't feel it. The entire aircraft is covered with aluminum coating that conducts electrical current and doesn't let it inside. This protection is tested using a lightning simulator. Airplane windows are round because the air pressure is evenly distributed this way. If the plane's windows were square, strong air currents would accumulate in the corners of the windows, depressurizing the cabin, and that's bad. Don't think you become untouchable if you go to the airplane toilet. The bathroom door can be opened from the outside. There's usually a small latch at the top of the door that allows cabin crew to get you out of there. It's useful for both getting to people doing something suspicious in the bathroom and helping those who don't feel well and, for example, collapsed while in the toilet. Yeah, let's avoid doing that. The plane's wings flash red and green lights at night to show the direction the plane is heading in. A green light is always on the right wing, and a red one is on the left. Aircraft tires are designed to withstand 4 to 5 times more pressure than they actually experience upon landing. The wheel is more likely to break than the tire. Pilots always have different meals. This is necessary to reduce the risk of food poisoning. The flight can still go well if one of the pilots has gone down because of a stale burrito, but not if it's both of them. And try not to both of you eat the fish. Some airlines don't allow pilots to have beards. Facial hair can prevent securely fitting the oxygen mask, and pilots must always remain conscious. The seats are blue in most aircraft because this color soothes people. It's also easy to keep clean. The rumbling noise you hear after boarding the plane is luggage being loaded on the plane. The compartment is right beneath the cabin, so it can sound quite loud sometimes. On most flights longer than 7 or 8 hours, pilots have access to a specially designed rest seat in or near the cockpit. Flight attendants typically have a section of the cabin reserved for them, and it's sometimes separated from the passenger areas. Some larger aircraft even feature private crew quarters above or below the main cabin. The wings of most passenger aircraft are located at the bottom of the plane. It's called a low wing. Firstly, if you install the engine under low wings, it'll be closer to the ground and easier to repair. Secondly, the wings will take on part of the shock in case of a hard landing. And if the plane falls into the water, then the wings become a life-saving pillow. By the way, a plane can stay afloat for 10 minutes to 60 hours. It all depends on the model of the plane, weather conditions, and pilot skills. Now, most airplanes are white because this color best reflects the sun rays and the aircraft body doesn't heat up as much. Also, the damage is best seen on white, and white paint is simply cheaper. Shoulder straps seem more secure than just a waist belt, but not in the case of planes. When the plane gets into turbulence, it's tossed a bit in the air. The waist belt will simply hold you in place in case of a more severe shake. Shoulder straps would require more space between the seats, and this is not justified on a plane. In a car, the impact is usually much stronger, so you need that shoulder strap not to whoosh through the windshield. Flight attendant seats do have passenger straps, but that's because they are much less comfortable than passenger ones. They're narrower and positioned facing the passengers. Flight attendants need extra protection simply not to fall off their seats if the plane shakes hard enough. Also, they have to help and direct people during potential evacuation, and for that, they need to be in top shape. Now maybe you've noticed that you always enter the plane from its left side. Firstly, the captain usually sits on that side. This way, it's easier for the captain to align the plane with the terminal jet bridge. Also, The aircraft is fueled and loaded with the baggage on the right side. If passengers come from the left, the crew can do their job undisturbed.
You just booked a last-minute holiday and have 3 hours before the flight. You grab everything you can see, drop it into a suitcase, top it with your sunscreen, and rush to the airport. You run through security and make it 1 minute before check-in closes. A friendly airline agent asks you to put your suitcase onto the scale and enters it into the baggage handling system. Your suitcase gets a tag with a unique 10-digit barcode. It has your flight information on it. Many airports and airlines use a new technology with radio frequency identification chips to track your baggage in real time. This could help solve the problem of lost and delayed bags. So your suitcase disappears behind the rubber curtain. Now its epic journey on the conveyor belt begins. At larger airports, it goes on for miles. It's like a roller coaster with thousands of bags traveling at the same time. Don't miss the right turn. Once again, this time to the left. Oops, one of the bags just flipped over to another lane. Hopefully, it has all the right tags and will get on the right flight. Another turn. It's like a busy highway in rush hour. First stop, security checkpoint. The bags are scanned with an X-ray machine and often with chemical sniffers. If something seems suspicious about a certain bag, it will also be inspected by hand. All clear. Your bag makes it to a huge warehouse. In here, robots or staff go through your baggage to send it to the right plane. They can scan the tag your suitcase received at check-in. Some bags stay in the sorting point for a while. They must be off to later flights. Your suitcase gets on a bag cart together with plenty of others. Airport ramp agents control the process. The bag tug pulls the cart onto the tarmac. Baggage handlers load it onto the plane and it takes off. As the plane lands at your destination, another crew of baggage handlers welcomes it. They unload all the bags and take them to the terminal. This time, the journey is way shorter. Your suitcase goes straight onto the baggage carousel and you're happily reunited with it. This ideal scenario works around 99% of the time. When you have a connecting flight, your bag will be moved from plane to plane with you. If you miss the connecting flight through your fault, your bag will make it to the second plane without you and wait for you there. When your layover is less than 60 minutes, check-in agent mislabels your bag by accident, or the tag gets detached on your way, your baggage might get lost. When the airline figures out what went wrong, they'll send it on the next flight to your destination. If they can't find and return it to the owner, or you don't claim it within 90 days, the contents of your bag can go for charity. They also sell them as second-hand goods. The most unusual of those unclaimed things ends up at special museums. Ancient Egyptian artifacts, a huge uncut emerald, 1770s violins, naval guidance system, and a replica of a suit of armor created in the 19th century are just a few examples of those unclaimed items. Travel security also confiscates hundreds of thousands of items each year. Some of them are thrown away, others are donated to nonprofits or schools, and stuff like self-defense sprays is used for training purposes. To increase your odds of happily reuniting with your bag, check in as early as you can. This way, the airline will have enough time to get your belongings to the right place. Double check that the agent has printed the right 3-letter code of the airport you're flying to on your baggage tag. Before checking your bag, label it outside and inside. Don't write your home address on the outside label. Thieves can use that information to break into your home while you're on vacation. You can leave your office address or just mention your phone number or email address. Duct tape a card with your name and address to the inside lid of your bag. If the outer tag falls off, airline agents will be able to identify the bag by the inside tag. Remove all the old tags from previous flights. Airport staff have to work with thousands of bags every day and have only a second for yours. They can easily make a mistake if they see more than one tag. Make sure all the pockets and compartments on your bag are zipped and fastened well. Don't leave any loose ends or tie things like laced shoes to the handle. Your backpack straps mustn't dangle in all directions. If any of those items hang on to something on the conveyor belt, they could be ruined or lost. Make a list of all the items, or at least the most expensive ones, in your phone. Take a picture of the outside and contents of your bag. If you have to file a claim for a lost bag or confirm a missing item, it will be super handy. You can also print out a copy of that picture and leave it at the airport to help them find your bag easier. Don't put any liquids in the front pocket or on top of your things. When baggage handlers toss the bag on the cart, that shampoo or lotion bottle can get damaged and leak. Cover liquid bottles with duct tape and put them in a separate sealable plastic bag. Keep that bag in the main compartment. Put the heaviest items on the bottom of your bag near the wheels. This way, it won't tip over. Pack super tightly and make it more stable. Mark your bag with a bright ribbon, an unusual tag or sticker. Add yellow duct tape. Put on a vibrant cover. Make it stand out. This way, no one will grab it before you on baggage claim by accident. Go for waterproof luggage. Don't buy the most expensive looking bag. It's a magnet for thieves. If you're a heavy packer, buy a luggage scale and use it before you leave for the airport. Don't get too close to the weight limit. Airport luggage scales may be a bit off, and you'd have to pay for extra weight. Plan your outfits before you pack and wear the heaviest clothing during the trip. Roll your clothes to avoid wrinkles and lines and save packing space. Put your socks and underwear in a small reusable cloth bag. Pack your shoes inside a shower cap to keep the bag clean. Stuff those shoes and other hollow things with souvenirs or similar trinkets. Put a laundry dryer sheet in the bag to make your clothes smell great. Don't pack any food items that perish quickly. If your bag gets delayed, they'll make the rest of your things smell like disaster. Add a TSA-friendly lock to your bag. The agents will be able to open it safely with a master key if it's randomly selected for additional screening. If you secure it with a non-compatible lock, they'll have to break it to open your bag. It will continue the journey with no lock whatsoever. Choose combination locks over padlocks. You can easily lose tiny padlock keys while traveling, and then you'd have to break that lock at your final destination. 3-digit locks are more common, but you can find 4-digit models for extra security. Pick a metal lock in some bright color to make your bag safe and easier to recognize. If you don't want to buy a lock, use cable ties instead. If your luggage has lockable zips, pull the largest cable tie that fits through the loops. If your bag doesn't have the dedicated loops, thread the cable tie through a little notch in each of the zips instead. Pack some scissors, blades, a nail file, or some other tool to cut the cable ties in an unlocked pocket of your checked bag. Sign up for bag tracking. Some airlines let you do it through a mobile app. Your checked-in baggage will be scanned at check-in, during loading onto the plane, on transfer from one flight to another, and when it arrives at the final destination. You can also buy a GPS tracker or luggage that comes with it. Never put cameras, laptops, cell phones, tablets, and even portable hard drives in your checked-in bags. If for some reason you have to check them in, make sure they're completely off, protected from accidental activation, and well packed. Your makeup bag, jewelry, meds, especially prescription ones, don't belong in your checked-in bag either. If you have to bring lithium batteries with you, put them in your carry-on in manufacturer's packaging or covered with tape. Lithium batteries with unprotected electrodes can contact loose metal objects and ignite. If it happens inside the cargo hold, no one will be able to stop it. Check if your insurance would cover some of your losses if things go wrong. If you have expensive clothes and luggage itself, purchase excess valuation from the airline. Otherwise, your compensation for lost or damaged bags will be not so generous.
People say it happened in the quiet early morning above Newark Liberty International Airport. A co-pilot preparing for descent noticed something strange. While checking the approach coordinates, his data screen blinked once, then filled with a bizarre, unsettling message. Don't you wish you knew what this means? Shocked and scared, he called the captain.
Captain, I'm detecting a strange anomaly on the FMS.
The captain looked and saw the same message. There were no errors, no warnings, just that cryptic sentence across the display. They rebooted the system, reloaded the coordinates, tried everything, but the message refused to leave. Until, just as suddenly, it disappeared. The screen returned to normal. The landing was smooth, but the pilots were unsettled, and for a good reason. They filed a report and dug into the aircraft systems. No one has found any glitches. No known faults could explain it. And then another pilot, days later, saw the exact same message while flying a different plane into Newark. Some people blamed software bugs. Others suggested a monumental prank. For the crews involved, it was something different. A chilling mystery that remained unexplained. What do you think about this? What is the most plausible explanation? Share your opinion in the comments. Meanwhile, we continue. One of aviation's eeriest legends involves the ghostly aftermath of Flight 401. On December 29, 1972, Eastern Airlines Flight 401 crashed into the Florida Everglades. It happened during a routine approach to Miami and was caused by technical glitches and human error. 101 lives were lost in that tragic accident. Trying to cut costs, Eastern Airlines took unscathed components from the wreckage and installed them in other planes in their fleet, particularly in several L-1011 TriStar aircraft. Not long after, flight crews started reporting weird things. For example, flight attendants claimed they spotted the captain of the crashed flight seated in passenger rows, looking terrifyingly real. They also reported seeing him in cockpits, sometimes seen examining instruments or quietly standing in the galley. Some crew members even believed that the captain's spirit intervened to prevent technical failures, as if he hadn't stopped protecting the aircraft. Even though Eastern Airlines seemed to dismiss such reports, they eventually removed the reused parts without any loud announcements. But even so, the haunting stories never fully went away. One night over Florida, a seasoned pilot and flight instructor experienced something he's never forgotten. He was flying an SR-20 Cirrus with a student, running a routine training session under instrument meteorological conditions. Everything was going smoothly until they approached Orlando Executive Airport at about 1,500 feet. That's when the aircraft's radio, tuned to the emergency frequency 121.5 MHz, suddenly crackled to life. A soft, chilling voice came through the static. It was a young girl whispering, "Hello? Hello?" The sound was so faint and so eerie that it froze both pilots in place. Hoping someone needed help, the instructor replied, but got nothing back. Just silence. It wasn't until later that night that the story came together. It turned out there was no mystery about it, just tragedy. A young female student pilot had reportedly stolen a small plane from a nearby flight school. Flying alone, untrained, and scared, she'd tried to reach out over the emergency channel, but no one had understood. But her ghostly call for help was very real. She crashed later that night. No happy ending. One early evening over Scotland's Highlands, a flight instructor was on a final approach for his last run of the day. He was piloting a Cessna 172, flying low over uneven terrain. He flew with full flaps deployed, holding steady at minimum approach speed. Turbulent winds, near 20 knots, which is around 23 miles per hour, battered the aircraft. So the pilots braced for a rough landing. And then suddenly, everything went silent. The wind disappeared. Without the headwind, the plane lost its lift. The controls went limp in the pilot's hands, like a game controller that was no longer connected. For a second, the aircraft seemed suspended in the air. It was completely unresponsive. The pilot shoved the throttle forward and dipped the nose, which forced the plane back into motion. Moments later, it touched down safely. Later, meteorologists explained that it could have been a rare microburst, a rapid downdraft of air that erases lift in an instant. But strange things happen not only in the air. Airports can be pretty creepy too. Finished in the mid-1990s, Denver International Airport became known not just for its size. It was one of the largest airports in the world by area for its strange aura. Its white, peaked roofs, designed to mimic the snow-covered Rocky Mountains, created a silhouette on the Colorado plains. But the project behind this awesome design had billions of dollars in budget overruns, as well as unexplained construction delays. Soon, whispers began. People were talking about hidden underground bunkers beneath the airport, allegedly spanning multiple levels and built far out of sight from the daily rush of passengers. But that was only the beginning. Inside the airport's decor was just as impressive and mysterious. Creepy gargoyles in the corners, murals depicting apocalyptic chaos, inscriptions in long-forgotten native languages. Such bizarre choices led to the appearance of numerous theories ranging from quite plausible to absolutely insane. And rather than deny it all, Denver International embraced its bizarre reputation. Today, the airport even runs conspiracy-themed tours, which proves one fact: DEN is unlike any airport in the world. But let's get back to the skies. The Saab 340 was a 34-seat turboprop, unusual in one key way. It ran on GE helicopter engines, the same ones used in Blackhawks. These engines had a quirk. During cold, slushy weather just below freezing, they could suddenly roll back. For a second, they'd shut down with a loud bang and flash, lighting up the cockpit and kicking the plane, only to restart instantly. Quite alarming, but common.
Then storms brought more strange phenomena. Ice could block the radar, and static danced across the windshield, looking like a living plasma globe. Once, something even stranger happened. Flying at night, 10 minutes from landing after dodging storms for hours, the aircraft entered one last cloud. Suddenly, the nose lit up, and it wasn't lightning. It was a deep magenta light. It glowed like a spotlight, cutting through the cloud in front of them. For a few seconds, the entire cloud was bathed in color. Then it vanished. Specialists said it could have been a rare case of St. Elmo's fire, a weather phenomenon where a bright violet or blue light appears on pointed objects, like aircraft wings or lightning rods during a thunderstorm. And here's a bonus for you. Look at this. An enormous, impossible monster, isn't it? An Aussie pilot saw it from the sky. A giant snake shape was moving under the water in a lake. Before you start blaming extraterrestrial civilizations, hear me out. It wasn't a real snake, even though it looked like one. The shape was created by a bunch of pelicans chasing fish. They were traveling all together in a long line. The pilot took a photo during a special flight when the pelicans first arrived at the lake. This lake is called Katitanda Lake Eyre, and it's in the middle of South Australia, which is a very dry place. Most of the time, it's just a big, salty, flat area with no water. But when rivers bring enough water, the lake fills up and turns into the biggest lake in Australia. Birds and animals come from everywhere to visit. Right now, the lake is filling up for only the fourth time in 160 years. This happened because it rained a lot across 3 big rivers that feed the lake, which is something that doesn't happen often. People call it a dry flood because it didn't rain near the lake itself, just far away, but the water has been traveling a long way through the desert. It's a very rare and special thing to see. Only people who take special flights get to watch it from above. The water makes plants grow and attracts hundreds of birds.
A woman from Scotland went to visit her family in Australia and brought back a most unconventional souvenir, a small python. It was happily coiled up inside a shoe. Moira Boxall thought it must have been a toy snake and that her relatives just wanted to play a little joke on her. She touched the python and the unexpected happened. It moved. Well, let's back up. Australia is well known for all sorts of beings, from spiders to kangaroos, entering private property. So it wasn't that surprising that there would be a snake wandering around. The woman remembered she had seen it in her room before she left. But then the snake just disappeared. So everyone thought it must have crawled out of the house. The unsuspecting grandma got on her flight from Queensland to Glasgow. The python covered over 9,000 miles in her luggage and even managed to shed its skin while traveling. Mrs. Boxall called Animal Rescue Services, and they safely removed the snake from her house. It turned out to be a non-venomous spotted python. The illegal traveler was taken to an animal rescue and rehoming center in Edinburgh. Sadly, Monty Python here wasn't credited with any frequent flyer mileage because, now I'm just guessing here, it didn't have a ticket. Traveling without a ticket didn't go quite as well for another snake. A 10-foot-long scrub python was clinging to the wing of a plane flying between Australia and Papua New Guinea. The snake held on tight for the entire flight, which lasted 1 hour and 50 minutes. Passengers noticed it about 20 minutes after takeoff when a woman pointed it out to others. The poor python struggled against the strong winds and the freezing temperature, trying to get back under the wing for shelter. The strong wind kept pushing it against the plane's engine. There was no panic, but everyone at the back of the plane was focused on the snake and wondered how it had managed to get on the plane. An engineer explained that the python probably crawled up into the plane's landing gear while it was parked and then slithered into the wing's parts. Scrub pythons usually hide in tight places to surprise their prey, so it might have thought the plane's wing was a good hiding spot. Unfortunately, the snake didn't survive the journey. Meanwhile, an American tourist, Judith Strang, was on vacation in Iceland with her son Rod. She saw a large chunk of ice shaped like a chair and thought it looked like a perfect spot for a fun photo. So Judith sat down on her ice throne, laughing and posing for the picture. But as she sat there, a big wave came in, rocked the ice back and forth, and the lady started to slide off in style. The ice chunk floated away from the shore, and Judith was going further and further out to sea. Thankfully, a boat captain nearby saw her drifting away and came to rescue her. Her granddaughter shared photos of the event on Twitter with funny captions like "Iceberg Queen" and "Lost her kingdom when she drifted out to sea." It became a real hit. If you're a fan of surprises, you would probably love to be traveling on a British Airways flight from London City Airport to Dusseldorf in Germany. When it started descending, passengers noticed some mountains around, and that's not what Western Germany looks like. People who were waiting for their loved ones to arrive on that flight were also confused when flight tracking apps showed them the plane was approaching Edinburgh. The distance between the two cities is over 500 miles. Confused passengers saw the same on Google Maps. They were definitely not anywhere near Dusseldorf. The flight attendant then asked those who thought they were traveling to Germany to raise their hands. The whole plane did so. The captain immediately apologized to them and promised they would head to Germany after refueling. The error happened because of an incorrectly filed flight plan prepared by a German leasing company. Both the pilot and cabin crew were sure the flight was bound for Edinburgh. Some of the passengers immediately posted on social media that they didn't sign up for the mystery travel lottery, and another famous airline offered British Airways a copy of Geography for Dummies. Accidentally ending up in Scotland isn't as dramatic as accidentally ending up inside a whale's mouth. Rodney Shrimpf, a 51-year-old dive tour operator, was taking photos of a big group of sardines off the coast of South Africa. As the man was swimming by, everything suddenly went dark, and he suddenly realized a whale had accidentally scooped him up. Luckily, the whale was just as surprised as he was and spit Rajni out within a few seconds. A photographer on a nearby boat managed to snap a picture of Rajni with only his legs sticking out of the whale's mouth. The whale that scooped him up was a bride's whale. It's common in tropical waters and is around 43 to 45 feet long. Bride's whales lunge at schools of fish with their mouths wide open, then filter out the water and keep only the fish to swallow. Although they're large, these whales can't swallow something as big as a person because their throats are too small. Rajni kept calm and held his breath until the whale let him go. Experts think bride's whales may often scoop up things they don't want when chasing after sardines, and that's why this whale probably knew to spit the unwanted lunch out right away. And that's a hard story to swallow. The real-life version of Home Alone, well, sort of, happened in Saudi Arabia. A young mother on a flight to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, realized she'd accidentally left her kid back in the waiting area at the Jeddah airport. She immediately informed the flight crew about it, and the pilot then contacted air traffic control. They asked if they could return to the gate. The surprise controller told his colleague about what happened and added this was a new situation for them. Finally, the plane was allowed to turn back, and the mom was reunited with her kiddo, who was safe and sound, waiting for her. A tourist in Yellowstone National Park became a real internet celebrity when he decided to put his feet into a steaming hot geyser pool. Now, I don't want to judge here, but really? The man crossed over the barricades and was sitting right on the soft ground near the hot steaming water, with his feet fully in the geyser. Now, these geysers and hot springs can be extremely dangerous because the water is boiling hot and can cause, well, serious trouble. Many parts of the ground around these hot springs are thin and could break, so anyone who steps on it is at serious risk. The park has strict rules to keep visitors safe, and it's important to stick to the boardwalks and the trails. In the video that went viral, other visitors were shouting at the man who decided to ignore all the rules. A group of friends decided to go on an epic adventure to see a scenic waterfall in Costa Rica. It was all going well until the little cascade suddenly surged into a super powerful stream. The water level instantly increased, and it was impossible to stand straight even at a distance from the waterfall. The group acted fast and tried to climb out, but there was no outlet on one side of the river, so they had to cross it again and climb for safety on the opposite side. Now, everyone survived. Their friend, who's a local, told them he's never seen anything like that happen in his life. Now, when you have a bit too much fun on vacation, you might end up breaking a historical statue. At least that's what happened to an Irish tourist visiting Brussels. He successfully climbed the statue of a lion at the Brussels Stock Exchange and broke off the hand of the statue of an angel on his way down. He then went to a fast food place and told the police officers, who immediately found him, that he had no idea something was wrong with the statue. The building just opened after 3 years of renovation. The Irish tourist will have to pay a fine of around $6,000 for his adventure.
The passenger cabin is filled with crying people and terrified flight attendants. At least 30 people have some kind of injuries. Many have found themselves far away from their seats after being thrown around the cabin. These are the horrifying results of a plane flying through an area of severe turbulence on its way from Spain to Uruguay. Due to this, the aircraft even had to travel to Brazil instead. Luckily, the plane landed safely, and the injured passengers were taken to local hospitals. Similar incidents have happened before. Take a flight from London to Singapore in May 2024. Then, dozens of people were hurt and one person didn't survive severe turbulence. Flights are indeed becoming bumpier, and we might have the answer as to why. But first thing first, turbulence is when a plane feels shaky because of uneven air movements. This happens because of changes in wind speed or direction, often caused by things like mountains, jet streams, or storms. Airlines can often predict where turbulence will happen and try to avoid it. Pilots and crew know how to keep passengers safe if turbulence happens. Turbulence can cause anything from small bumps to more serious shaking. But in very extreme cases, the plane could lose control for a moment or even get damaged. Airlines spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year on damage, delays, and injuries from turbulence. Even though turbulence can be scary, serious injuries or demise are rare. Between 2009 and 2023, only 37 passengers and 146 crew members were seriously hurt due to turbulence. Meanwhile, the number of flights has gone up from 26 million a year in 2009 to about 40 million today. Turbulence is getting worse these days because of changing weather patterns. Recent studies show that severe clear air turbulence in the North Atlantic has increased by 55% since 1979. This increase is happening in other parts of the world too, especially over the US, which has some of the busiest air travel routes. This worsening turbulence feels intense, like hitting a deep pothole while driving at 60 miles per hour. Unfortunately, severe turbulence, especially turbulence in jet streams, fast-moving winds that flow around Earth, could double or triple in the coming decades if weather changes continue at the current rate. And this is concerning since jet streams are very important for air travel, affecting flight times and the overall safety of flights. Commercial airplanes usually fly at very high altitudes, 31,000 to 42,000 feet, where the air is much thinner and planes use less fuel. At these heights, planes also encounter jet streams. They travel as fast as 275 miles per hour. There are 4 main jet streams on Earth, and they affect air travel in different ways. For example, when a plane flies with a jet stream, it can shorten travel time as the plane is assisted by the wind pushing it along. But when planes fly against the jet stream, there is more resistance, which makes flights longer. Warmer air is now making the wind in the jet stream behave differently. Wind shear, which is the difference in wind speeds at different heights, is increasing in the jet stream because of the rising temperatures. This makes the turbulence in jet streams stronger, especially in places like the North Atlantic. When a plane is flying at about 550 miles per hour and encounters this turbulent air, it shakes and moves suddenly. It's like skating. When you're skating on smooth ice and then suddenly hit a rough patch, you feel a jolt and a change in movement. In the case of turbulence, the plane experiences forces that make it move in ways that it normally wouldn't. As a result, passengers can be thrown around if they're not wearing seatbelts. Scientists predict that turbulence will continue to worsen as global temperatures keep rising, mostly due to increasing volumes of greenhouse gases like CO2, which trap heat in the atmosphere. In fact, 2023 was the warmest year on record since modern record keeping began in 1880, and the last 10 years have been the warmest decade ever recorded. The increase in CO2 levels in the atmosphere is also the highest it has been in at least 800,000 years, and likely much longer. It all means that turbulence is bound to get much worse. But turbulence is not just one thing. It comes in different types. Convective or thermal turbulence happens when Earth's surface is heated unevenly by the sun. Warm air rises in columns while cooler air falls, creating bumps in the sky as the plane flies through these moving air currents. You can mostly feel this kind of turbulence during the day, especially in hot areas or when the sun is shining directly on the ground. Mechanical turbulence occurs when the wind blows over obstacles like buildings, mountains, or even uneven landscapes, causing the air to break up and swirl, creating turbulence. Mountain wave turbulence happens when the wind moves over mountain ranges, creating swirling, wave-like patterns that continue on the downwind side of the mountains, leading to turbulence. There's also frontal turbulence at weather fronts, where warm and cold air masses meet, causing the difference in temperature and pressure and triggering turbulence. Plus, every plane creates turbulence behind it, especially around its wingtips, where powerful rotating air vortices form. If another plane flies too close behind, it can feel the effects of this wake turbulence, which can cause bumps or jolts. Thunderstorms can also result in turbulence. But the worst thing here is that even if a large and powerful storm is far away, it can still affect aircraft. But the worst of them all is clear air turbulence. It occurs in seemingly clear skies at high altitudes when fast-moving air flows next to slower-moving air, creating differences in wind speed and direction. The problem with this kind of turbulence is that it's invisible. Pilots can't see it. Satellites can't always detect it, and it doesn't show up on radar. This is why it can be such a surprise when it hits. One recent example of clear air turbulence was in 2023, when a flight traveling from Texas to Germany suddenly dropped by 1,000 feet during meal service. Passengers and crew were moving around the cabin when it occurred. After the plane landed, 7 people were taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Pilots are well trained and use loads of different tools to handle turbulence. They have weather briefings before takeoff to understand what conditions might be like during the flight. These reports help them plan the safest route. There's also onboard weather radar that detects weather patterns such as storms, which can cause turbulence. This allows pilots to adjust the route to avoid rough areas. Pilots from other aircraft flying along similar routes can report turbulence conditions in real time. These reports help the current flight crew make correct decisions. If turbulence is expected, pilots may change altitude or flight path to find smoother air. They communicate with air traffic control to make these adjustments. Plus, some advanced systems like the IATA Turbulence Aware Network provide real-time data from other flights, giving pilots up-to-the-minute information on turbulent conditions. And since clear air turbulence can't be detected by radar, pilots rely on weather forecasts, reports from other planes, and their own experience to navigate these invisible bumps. By the way, to minimize discomfort during turbulence, pilots sometimes even reduce the plane's speed. When clear air turbulence hits, planes can experience a sudden and temporary drop in altitude. This happens because the air suddenly becomes unstable, causing the aircraft to lose some of its lift. Although the drop is often brief, it can be terrifying. So, here's one crucial thing to remember. Stay buckled up at all times. Yes, even when the fasten seatbelt sign is turned off. Unless you need to get up for medical reasons or to use the restroom, remain seated with your seatbelt fastened. Especially if you fly from Mendoza, Argentina to Santiago, Chile. This flight route holds the top spot for the world's most turbulent flight paths. The turbulence is caused by the way air moves and interacts with the Andes Mountains. This mountain range dominates South American flight paths. That's why other routes in this region also rank high on the turbulence blacklist. Outside of South America, the Himalayas and Asia also cause turbulent flights. Routes connecting cities like Kathmandu in Nepal, Chengdu and Qining in China, Lhasa in Tibet, and Paro in Bhutan are all affected by turbulence caused by the mountainous terrain.
That's it for today. So hey, if you pacified your curiosity, then give the video a like and share it with your friends. Or if you want more,